Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? Big shout out to the replay gang. Too bad you missed the live party, guys, but do not worry. You will still very much enjoy this, but it is way better when you are here live. So make sure you're here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So ring that bell. Well, hit the description, then ring the bell. You know how to do it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Before we start, let's give a quick shout out to the sponsor of the stream, MySickShirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got something for you. And of course, the only place to get your very own The Indian Jesus official merch. Only at MySickShirt.com. All right. We got Divine and Rod in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we've got an interesting show tonight. You know, we've been doing some stuff, kind of, trying some new stuff. And, I had fun. I thought we learned a lot of stuff, but wanted to get back to the stuff that we know and love. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with, what is going on with my hair here? I don't know if you guys are familiar with Charlie from Charisma on Command, but he has a channel that is very much about how to basically be less of a loser. It's not framed that way, but it talks about, how to make jokes with people, how to take criticism, all that kind of stuff. And he has this podcast, the Dropping In podcast, used to be called the Charlie and Ben podcast. I don't know what happened, I guess. Ben left, but Destiny, our good friend Destiny, was on the podcast, and I thought it was extremely interesting. So let's dive right into it. And no worries, Divine and Rod. As long as you're in that replay gang, I love it. I love it. If you are here, give me a salute. Let me know who is here at the party. And if you could, do me one big favor before we start. Take the URL right there or the share button right there. Slap it, post it all over social media. Let's get this party popping. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Watch a lot of your stuff. I enjoyed it tremendously. And I see what you're doing as probably, well, I don't know. I'm curious. I see it as more powerful than I think a lot of society does. I think streaming and streamers are still, I mean, you've got your blue hair right now. It seems perhaps not serious to some people.
To be clear, I did this for charity, okay? I did it for charity, okay? For everybody watching.
For charity, sure. Hey, we got Just a Cog in the building. What is good? What is good? As well as Mike W in the building. What is good? Oh, man, we got a good crowd here tonight. And you guys, again, we are definitely going to enjoy this. I know it too well. We've talked about this stuff so much. Let's get into it.
Watching, okay, if you thought I was a loser because I dyed my hair blue, it was to get video games to sick, dying kids in hospitals, okay? So I hope you feel like shit for judging me for it, okay?
I did not know that. That's awesome. I think that's great. But the general, you're playing Factorio, you're doing video games, you're having conversations. Sometimes it gets into screaming matches. I see what you're doing as potentially shaving off a chunk of the influence that mainstream NBC or that kind of stuff would have in the political arena and shifting it over to you and your audience. When I've seen your shorts.
That's actually a good point that right off the bat, that a lot of these conversations that we hear from the left, they're filtered through a mainstream narrative. The fact is that a lot of these guys, as we saw with the two shows we did on David Pakman, that is more of what you see in alternative media in general. But specifically on the left, we can't leave the, not everybody on the right is perfect by far. There's people that I like. And if you have to place me, I do lean a little bit more right, as according to the Overton window has shifted way over to the left. But Destiny is a progressive through and through. He believes in progressive things. He likes Joe Biden, all this stuff, but he is honest. He is an honest interlocutor. He comes to debates and conversations to explore ideas genuinely, looking for truth. And after the last few streams we did with some of these bad faith people, I am very, very happy to be back in with people who are really here to learn, because I am, and I think you guys are too.
I have found myself doing what a lot of people do, which is like sometimes repeating your views without even critically thinking about them. I'm embarrassed to say, because you have become, for me, a trusted perspective and tastemaker. I'm curious if you see what you're doing at all like that, or if it's just, this fun thing that you do. It pays the bills. You get to play video games, have interesting conversations.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely taken a lot more serious over the past year in terms of feeling like I have some kind of like, I've got a talent for it, I would hope. And I've got like I think I have like a responsibility, a social one, to impart what I feel is important onto the people listening to me. That thing that you talk about is, I'd say it's disappointing, but it's true. At the end of the day, what I'd really want is for people to bite my thought process. I want people to take like my critical analysis and then use that application to approach different things.
And that's exactly why I appreciate him, because I don't agree with a lot of the policy positions that he has, but the way that he approaches these things, that's what I'm into.
If you agree with me or not, I really don't care what your opinions are at all. Just as long as you're critically evaluating them, that's the important thing to me. But realistically, at the end of the day, a lot of people are just going to grab your top level opinion about something and run with it, which, I mean, hey, I think my opinion is better than anybody else's, obviously, because it's my opinion. So I guess I'm not too bothered by that. But yeah, I hope at the end of the day, like, people are capable of disagreeing with each other, disagreeing with me, and then having like a good factual foundation by which to build those disagreements. It's more important than the opinions themselves, I think.
Do you think that, I guess it used to be Twitch, now it's become YouTube streaming.
Mhm.
One of the things that I see in there is that it seems like sometimes the structure of the conversations that occur here, where it is, one, your opinions are sometimes broadcast 8-10 hours a day. So your entire thought process is made public, which can sometimes make, if you're in a debate, moving back from a position into which you've dug your heels or someone else has dug their heels, very difficult to do because of the ego blow that it takes. Some of the debates that I've seen have devolved very quickly into what seems like bad faith arguments.
And the reason that happens, the reason these arguments devolve into bad faith arguments is because of the ego. The fact that Destiny doesn't, I mean, he has an ego, but he, much like myself, I have a big ego. I think I'm right about everything. I think I'm smarter than everybody at all, but I can put that aside when evidence is presented to me that, oh, I'm wrong. Oh, you're smarter than me in this. Oh, whatever the case may be. So that's really important.
And then even worse, the term bad faith gets thrown around as a casual insult rather than like a genuine exploration of, are we both seeking truth? And I do see what you're doing as being a very powerful force for shaping like political narrative going forward. I'm curious if you think that the space of streaming is well set up, not well set up, and if you're aware of some of what those, or agree that some of those structural impediments to like good conversation might be.
I think
people don't want to.
I think everything is what you make it. I used to be
So before he goes on, yeah, people don't want to. People don't want to have these conversations. They just want to be right. They just want to know that they have the right answer and they don't need it to be backed up by anything. They just want to be right. Hey, what is good? Mike with the $4.99. Hey, Marty, we got a treat for you. That is right. Every single super chat comes with a treat for Morty. Where'd you go? Come here. Oh, you sleeping already? Come here. Come on. I got it. Actually, you know what? Since it's so early on in the show, I had some pasta visual before, and it's all empty here. So Morty, go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down. This is from Mike. Say thank you to Mike. Take it. No, take it. There we go. All right. Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No comment, no question, just pure love of the game. Play.
I used to think that certain formats favored certain types of ideas, or that certain, even certain, like, I guess, forms of discourse favored certain types of ideas. Like the talking points would always be in the past for leftists or liberals or whatever. We'd always say, or progressives, we'd always say, well, explaining, racist power structures and all this, that's very, very, very complicated. And, if the other side just wants to say, minimum wage bad, or totally closed border good, blah, blah, and then make up some dumb reason that it's impossible to fight that type of rhetoric because they can be so simple and they don't care about the facts and blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
And I believe that for a long time, probably for like the last 10 years, or at least from 2016 to 2022, that was kind of like how I felt, that I had to do a lot more work putting together a truthful opinion to counteract what I saw as an unfactual opinion. But I think the reality is that I think people on the left for a long time have thought like, well, we're correct, so we don't really have to do any work in making our stuff presentable because
boom. We're correct. So we don't have to do any work in making our stuff presentable. You just agree with us or you're evil. How often do we talk about that? Is exactly the leftist mindset.
We're right. And, if you disagree, well, you're wrong and you should be chastised for it. And we're going to condescend to you. We're going to make you feel dumb. And I think that approach has just failed to serve, the left-leaning ideology. I think the right has done a really good job at making their stuff entertaining, making it palatable, making it cool and hip, and they're really good at getting their talking points across in a way that is just so much fun to watch. And I think that people on the left have abdicated that. I'm trying to shift the focus back on that. So rather than using the excuse of like, oh, well, it's so hard to counter their stuff because, a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth's even got its pants on. Rather than having that thought process, I'm usually just thinking like, what are the snappiest, wittiest analogies? What's the quickest way I can make somebody understand a relatively complicated topic? Like, how can I get these ideas to be as digestible as possible? And then if somebody wants to fight me on the substance, well, then we can go back to my home and we can go through the studies and the data and all of that. But in the meantime, I need to make my ideas as presentable as possible so that I can persuade any random person on the street that I feel like I'm correct on an issue.
That's why another reason why, despite the large array of disagreements, that I have a lot of respect for Destiny, because he's right. Most of the people who agree with him don't care to, and I'm kind of just repeating myself, but they don't care. The left definitely can't meme, but they can't deal with facts either. And I really want to highlight, when there is somebody who disagrees, when somebody disagrees with our positions, but are willing to actually hear us out and are willing to present their idea that they've thought about, I mean, what else can you ask for?
What do you think you mentioned witty, snappy? What underlies what makes you more persuasive to a person on the street? Because I feel like I have some idea, but I'm curious what you would say the most important things are, and what.
So you guys, 80% of you said that you are not familiar with Charlie here. I'm sure that if I pulled up a Charisma on Command video, you'd be like, oh, I've seen something like this. They're usually like 10-minute videos. And like I said, he'll either pick a person, like the last video he dropped was about Thomas Shelby from the character from Peaky Blinders, and just kind of taking a look at how he deals with different situations. Or sometimes, like I said, it'll be like how to deal with getting insulted without, whatever, and use a bunch of different celebrity things. But he's very good with psychology and interpersonal dynamics.
One that you didn't say is not coming across as like other in the other tribe, which I see people do all the time. They draw the battle lines first and then they start trying to persuade. And at that point, it seems like the battle is lost.
Yeah, I think that the first thing you have to do is you have to step inside somebody's bubble and you have to acknowledge their grievance or their complaint. People have a really hard time understanding this. Like, emotions might be irrational. People's thoughts might be irrational, but irrational does not mean random.
Ooh, that is a good one. Hey, we got David Banner in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome to the party. I mean, yes, armchair psychology to some extent, but I personally don't know what kind of background he does have in psychology. The way that he speaks, given that I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, makes it seem like he does have at least that degree. But either way, it's not necessarily meant to be an academic thing. It's more of a cultural exploration. And hello to you, David. Welcome to the party.
Okay. Every irrational thought or feeling.
Oh, I want to go back to that though. That was a great line here, that about emotions being irrational.
Emotions might be irrational. People's thoughts might be irrational, but irrational does not mean random. Okay. Every irrational thought or feeling or emotion comes from a place, right? If you believe in a universe with guiding principles, if you believe in causality, then something that is happening is being caused by something else. It might appear random, but randomness, insofar as our emotional states, doesn't exist, right? Even a trauma response that might be irrational was caused by a traumatic event. So the first thing I try to do is, like, if you feel like you hate all Hispanic people because they're taking jobs from you or whatever, right? That probably stems from some sort of economic anxiety. There's probably something there, because like rich people don't feel this way, right? If you're making $250,000 a year, you're not complaining about people crossing the border, right? Unless you're too into politics. So if there's economic anxiety, I think you have to start with recognizing, like, I understand why you feel this way. I understand that there are these problems, and these problems are real. Now, I don't think it's for the reason that you say they are, but I understand, what those problems are, and then we can kind of talk around those problems.
Exactly. Just echoing my same point, that is how people address these things in good faith. And we don't see that very often. I may not disagree with you, but let's lay these out and try to address the problem. Hey, we got Mansa in the building. What is good? What is good? What is good? She, who is she? She did Destiny, Bosch, and Keffels. I don't know who she is. Did I miss something? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Justin Cog says, one thing I learned to keep in mind is everyone's opinions and thoughts are shaped by their own life and experience. So people take challenge to their opinion as a challenge to their life. That is absolutely correct, and that is something that personally I had to realize wasn't the case. And I think I'm still learning that. And those of you who are in Discord know very much that I'm guilty of this a lot. So very poignant. That was the word I was looking for. Very poignant.
I think that the mistake that people run into in the left, and there's a huge disconnect, is somebody will make a statement. They'll say something like, they'll say something like Hispanics are stealing our jobs. Or actually, here I'll use a left-leaning example, so I don't come off as hyper-partisan, right? Somebody on the left will say something like, cops are indiscriminately killing Black people, and then somebody on the right will go, no, they're not. The data doesn't support that. Well, the person on the left, they're not really saying cops are indiscriminately killing Black people. That's what they're saying. But what's happened is they've seen enough video footage online that is incredibly troubling, and it's causing them to feel a certain type of way about the footage they've seen, right? And even seeing 2 videos of an unarmed Black person being killed or whatever, the recent videos of Tyre Nichols, Tyre Nichols, Jesus, that's pretty brutal to watch, and that. Watching that is going to cause an emotion that's going to give you a reaction that's going to cause you to feel that way, that Black people are being indiscriminately murdered by police officers. Now, that's not true at all. If you look at the data, if you ask a person, like, how many unarmed Black people are killed by cops a year, people will usually say,
way too many. Way too many is what people usually say.
I've heard anywhere from 500 to 10,000 in some conversations. But the reality is very, very, very low double digits, like 5 to 15. It's a very, very rare event that happens. But
so again, how often do you hear that from a leftist? So before we're actually getting into the topics that they're going to debate, just like in the last show, we were looking at who is Constantine from Trigonometry, so that as the next time we look at a Trigonometry podcast, we can know, oh, all right, we're really here for the guest, because Constantine is, it says that Tyre Nichols video was the worst I have ever seen. Yeah, that was bad. It was bad. I mean, R.I.P. I don't have too much to say there. It was awful. It was awful. But R.I.P.
It's caught on video and it makes people feel the way. And that's where those thoughts come from. So if you want to talk to somebody that's having those thoughts, you can't just say, well, the data, because what that person is hearing is the thing that you're feeling is wrong. Yeah. Your feeling is incorrect, but it's not incorrect. They really do have that feeling. It's because they have seen those videos. So yeah, you always have to start from a place of like, listen, you're feeling this, and I'm acknowledging that, because at the end of the day, everybody just wants their whatever they feel to be acknowledged by another person. It's one of the best feelings ever, right? You have to acknowledge that feeling. And then once you've acknowledged that and you've kind of earned a little bit of trust, and that at least you're hearing what they're saying and they feel that you're hearing what they're saying, then from there, you can kind of be like, okay, well, how often do you think this actually happens? How many cops are in the United States, right? Like, do you really think that there's tons of Black people being killed like every day? Wouldn't we be seeing this way more often than like one bad video every few months? If there are hundreds of thousands of cops and millions of police interactions, you kind of work from there.
And people don't. That's so obviously the case. That's so obviously the case, and that does not mean that a situation like Tyre Nichols or any situation like that isn't bad. It's just the fact that you have to understand what you're talking about. Hey, we got No Freedoms in the building. What is good? What is good? Should have read this first, but I'm gonna assume your first comment usually is gonna be nice. So let's see. No Freedom says, and what people face the most hate crimes. Can't talk today. Yeah, it's called knowing history and realizing nothing really has changed. Secondly, if you do the math, it is a lot. What math? The number of unarmed Black people that are killed by police is not a lot.
That's broadly the approach that I try to take.
Sure. I mean, I love that you brought this up. I think you've hooked into something incredibly important, which is to me, and it sounds like perhaps to you, it seems like politics is downstream from personal experience.
Unfortunately, and I hate that, but yeah, that's true. I'm like, when it comes to like politics, I'm very like autistic. Like, I like show me like give me the data points and the stick. Like, if somebody says, "Oh, would you rather get this car or that car?" Like, you know, if as long as I don't care about the style, it's like, okay, well, let's like look at all the fucking numbers. Like, that's just the mind that I have. But most people, you're very correct. It's very downstream from like, how do we feel about things? What do we see, and how does that make us feel? What are the narratives and stories that drive us, basically? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, no. I mean, this is where my brain goes a lot, is that I feel so often I'll be in conversation, and what needs to happen is like, I mean, I don't mean this to be demeaning, but like, tell me about your dad. You know, what happened that caused this rupture with your relationship with authority? Or like, tell me about your upbringing. Like, who bullied you or beat you up, and what did they look like? Tell me about the ways that you've been told that you're not enough, and the color of the skin of the people who told you that. And when that is explored, it seems like all of the other stuff, which you mentioned, you know, cops are indiscriminately killing black people, or you could just as easily pick something that cuts in the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like the receptivity to doing what you discuss, which is, let's look at the data, let's take perhaps a different approach than the one that you think is most necessary, can then be received. Because as you sort of mentioned, the foundational thing that I see happening in politics is people want to be seen, understood, and heard. And they are, I think, a little bit embarrassed and ashamed to admit that their experience is as deeply personal as it is. And then they project their personal trauma onto the world and say, everyone has to clean up this issue outside in the world, rather than me doing it at a very personal level.
Mm-hmm.
Does that match your understanding of
yeah,
politics?
100%. Yeah. And even outside of politics, people in general just want to be seen, understood, heard, right? If you're on a first date with somebody, you know, figure out the best questions you can ask them to make them talk about themselves as much as possible, and then vibe off of that and, you know, like be reflective. Like, these are things that you'll learn on dates. These are things you'll learn from therapists, the therapists do with clients. These are things that police officers use in interrogation rooms to get subjects to open up and talk and talk and talk. Yeah, these are just life skills that are applied in every area. And there's no reason why they wouldn't be applied politically as well.
Yeah. So you're very interesting to me as a person. I don't mean to butter you up.
Yeah,
you talk about, like, I think jokingly, but you're like, I'm autistic, I'm sociopathic, I'm psychopathic. And then on the flip side of that coin, you seem to have a very deep understanding, or at least sympathetic understanding, of what people want and need in interactions. Is that a function of this analytical mind that you have, or is that an intuitive understanding that you've come to?
So without trying to jerk myself off too much, I don't know if I'm actually like autistic or anything. I feel like growing up, I feel like the way that I processed emotions is a lot different than other people. Like, I have a really hard time understanding certain things. Like, family ties is something I've never understood people that have like mommy daddy issues. I'm pretty separate from my family. I like, you know, there's a lot of things like that I just don't necessarily understand.
What if you're separated? If you don't have a good relationship with your parents, then you do have mommy and daddy issues. You may have gotten over them and you may have dealt with them, but what do you mean you don't get it? Are you saying that everybody should just get over that? A little bit of a weird thing. All right.
But I mean, I want to like have friends and have people like me and be able to be social and everything. So I spend like a great deal of time thinking about like social interactions. Like, what are the things that you say that make people feel certain ways? What are people trying to get out of social interactions? You know, what is the exchange that's happening when two people talk? So I guess I've spent like a lot of time deliberately thinking about that. I don't know if that's an autistic thing, or maybe I'm just kind of empathetic and I hide it in a dumb way or something. But yeah, I don't know. I've spent a great deal of time, I think, thinking about certain types of social interactions. Yeah.
Do you, one of the things you talk about empathy in your streams and how you're able to connect with people that have very different backgrounds, worldviews, perspectives than you. Do you experience empathy as a felt sense, or is it more a sympathy where you can imagine yourself being in their shoes, or does it occur to you?
So let's come back to this question. I want to address, what did I miss? Was it this one? So Mike says, I agree with the guys about feelings, but I believe our society is all about feelings. We need to teach critical thinking skills instead of feeling. So I absolutely agree with you here. But I remember last week, Lee had asked me if I think in politics, is it our, I think he said policy or feelings, or facts or feelings, are they more important? And the obvious answer that I thought was, was that facts obviously matter more. But then when you think about things like, all the different levels of propaganda and just the narratives that are spun, people vote based on how they feel, or rather, more often don't vote based on how they feel. So I'm with you there, but I think the issue is separating the two. That the reason we would want to think critically about an issue is because we feel strongly about it. Otherwise, why do you care? You don't. So that's I think that's an interesting point, but I don't like I think it comes from the facts don't care about your feelings type of thing, but they kind of do. Just a cog says, I think people need to work on coping skills instead of reacting, and then turning to coping mechanisms. 100% agree. David said, feelings and language surrounding emotions are politicized. Everyone feels something, even if they pretend, even if the pretend psychos that do others harm. The people that don't have any emotions are at least like 0.0005% of the world's population. Yeah, I mean, it's when we think about like just operating just on feelings, then that's the caricature that comes to mind. Just this crazy guy who's not listening to anything. But at the end of the day, we have to realize that we all, to some extent, operate that way. And we may use and implement critical thinking skills, but the only reason we do that is, again, because we care about stuff. Divine Red says, Mike, well put, Mike. Politics were never to be such a big part of anyone's life. And feelings, be civil. Nothing else should be expected. See, again, I disagree with that. Are you just civil about porridge? And if you're new here, we shush Martian. Are you civil about that and nothing else? Or are you civil despite the fact that you are very passionate about it? So, and yeah, it's okay to feel, but people let their emotions take over far too much. I think that's the quintessential statement on feelings, facts, and politics. It's got to be a balance. You have to feel, but you have to be able to balance those feelings, to be able to control those feelings, and you have to be able to think critically despite those feelings. Mike says, yes, they definitely exploit feelings for agenda. That is, part and parcel of that's exactly what they should do. And again, feelings shouldn't set policies, but they do. I agree that they shouldn't, but they do. So we can just be mad about that, or we can understand that that is how the world works. And we have to appeal to people's emotions if we want them to critically think and get to the place where they can agree with us.
As like a feeling where you're feeling.
So let's back this up, see what he was saying.
And you, how you're able to connect with people that have very different backgrounds, worldviews, perspectives than you. Do you experience empathy as a felt sense, or is it more a sympathy where you can
oh man, I put out this thanks for watching. Put the like button. Every single one of you have already liked. Thank you so much, guys.
Imagine yourself being in their shoes, or does it occur to you as like a feeling where you're feeling anxious on behalf of them?
Hey, we got Adam Berkeley in the building. What is good? What is good? I was just a little bit late because we were having an interesting conversation in the comments of, I guess it was my community post or something like that. Yep, we're growing, we're getting there. And now that you're here, we've got one more. So hit that subscribe button. Welcome to the party, Adam. Very glad you are here. We are talking about Destiny and Charles from Charisma on Command. His podcast dropping in, and we're just getting into it. So welcome. Great name, by the way. David says it's hard to regulate emotions internally when things like SSRIs are so heavily prescribed. Me and Adam were just talking about this. When so heavily prescribed, coping is not taught at any school, and alcohol and drugs are so readily available. Facts. Divine said, hence feelings shouldn't set policies. Again, agreed. I agree that they shouldn't. I was just saying that they do. And policies shouldn't be in one's life as much as they are. This is, again, you said this earlier, but I saying it again is worth opining on, because this is absolutely correct. Politics was never meant to be pop culture. Politics was never meant to be what people who don't care about politics talk about. But ever since, I mean, kind of Obama, but definitely with Trump, it became the only thing that people cared about. And it really shouldn't. The best government is a government that we don't think about, we don't talk about. It just holds our society together. That's what I think. Adam says, thanks for the reply. I can see your channel growing. Thank you. You got sprinkles, as Gavin McGinnis says. All right, I'll take it. Thank you.
I have to think a lot about it. None of that is
Got
built
it.
in, I think. Yeah, I don't have very many empathetic responses to things. Usually I have to think a lot. Yeah.
Got it. So like a developed, sophisticated, sympathetic
Sympathy,
response.
basically. Yeah.
Very interesting. All right. Well, we can dive into the mommy daddy stuff later. But for now, you mentioned Tyree Nichols. I'm curious if you had a perspective on that isn't, we've heard, and I agree that
called
it's
him Tyre earlier. I need you to edit that. No, I'm just kidding. Tyree Nichols. Yeah. Thank you.
I thought that was just the YouTube captions but he legit said Tyre Nichols.
I've actually heard his name said before. I've only read it. So
sure.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Sorry. What about it?
I did the same thing. So I had to watch it on YouTube before I had an understanding, but was curious. The I think response that I'm hearing from everybody is obviously this is a horrible thing. I'm curious if you have a perspective other than that is sheds light on this or is interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if it was that bad at all. You know, the guy. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, like, obviously, I'm going to share it's a horrible perspective. The one thing, I guess, that I kind of jumped into Twitter and thought about this a little bit. There are certain grand narratives that we have over society that people like to view things through. When people have like a pet issue or a certain ideology, they like to feel like their one thing is the solution to everything. So if you talk to red pillars, like the collapse of the West is foundationally because men aren't men and women aren't women anymore. If you talk to feminists, they might say that the power structures that have been installed by men, the patriarchy, are what are, accelerating us towards collapse in the future. That the inherent violence that men like to expel on women and other people, plays out on a geopolitical level. And that's where Putin and all that. If you talk to everybody has like a lens that they view things through, and that's why everything is happening.
What's the lens that you view the world through? I feel like I view the world through dogmatic thinking. You guys hear me talk about it all the time, but that is exactly the view that I take. And I thought a lot about this, which is why I feel confident doing that. Not confident enough that I would never say that my opinion couldn't be changed, but nobody's been able to do it so far. That aspect of dogmatic thinking and getting back to skepticism, and as I think it was Divine and Ron and David Banner were saying, critical thinking skills, or maybe it was Mike. All of you guys are agreeing about it, but you know what I mean. And it's just no matter what area you go, there's always an element of cultish, dogmatic thinking. I don't know how else to put it, but it's just following advice, following prescriptions, following what people say without questioning, without anything. That is the lens that I look through the world through. You know what I mean? Mike says, get used to saying, I don't know. It's okay. Facts, bars. That is that is why the whole thing we were talking about with bad faith actors, they're not comfortable with this. They think, oh no, if I say I'm wrong about something, then the whole world's gonna hate me. It's like, bro, nobody knows who you are. Nobody cares. Just take the L, be smarter, and you can be right next time.
I don't like the racist lens where every single time something bad happens to a black person, the cops are racist. People look at me like the cops are racist. Well, they're black. Well, they have internalized racism. Like, well, okay, well, where's the evidence that they were being racist at all? Well, it's the police force. It's like, okay, well, was it a racist call or whatever? It's like, well, no. Systemic racism means that the origination of the policing in the United States had racist ties to it, and police officers today across the United States probably have some form of implicit bias, and they participate in racist structures because legislation has made it so that black areas are police monitors. Like, holy shit. Like when we're at this level of like racial analysis, like every single action that every single person is doing at all points in time become like simultaneously racist and not racist and, sexist. And it's too much.
This postmodernism, that's exactly what it is. David Banner says, quote, if I say I'm wrong, people aren't going to renew their subscription to my Patreon. And that's exactly what these people think. When in actuality, long before, I am way more seasoned as a YouTube viewer than I am as a YouTube content creator. And authenticity, that's what people are looking for. The ability to say that I'm wrong allows you to be more confident when I say, trust me, I'm right. Because if I wasn't, I wouldn't say, trust me, I'm right. Adam agrees with that. And says the leftist logic is legitimately insane. Either that or just blatantly dishonest. I would say both. I would say we're at, it's been going, this leftist logic that we are dealing with, the wokeness, cancel culture, all that stuff has been going on for so long that we have both the people who are legitimately insane, but we have the people above them who are blatantly dishonest. So the ones who are blatantly dishonest are lying about everything and just trying to push a narrative and get clicks and all of that. But the people who listen to those people legitimately believe it. And so, unfortunately, it's not one or the other. It's both. Jessica Cog says, not knowing also allows room to learn and do better. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell everybody. Jessica Cog gets it.
I think at some point we need to be able to take a step back and look at some things and be like, these look like pretty shitty cops. I don't know if one of them had a personal issue. There was that rumor floating that Tyree was with one of the wives of the officers. I think Tyree's family came out and said that's not true. So I don't know if it's something personal or what, but like right now, what I saw on video was a handful of really horrible cops that seemed like they were on a hardcore power trip. They tried to arrest somebody. The guy resisted and ran at first. And for some cops that like flips a switch that is like, oh, you're going to run for me? Well, I'm going to make you regret ever running for me.
That point right there speaks so much to, I think, what happened. Now, I obviously don't know, and I do believe the connection between the dude and the cop's wife. But it seems to me, based on the video, that if he hadn't run, then and I'm not blaming him, but I'm saying I'm blaming the cops, saying that it was going to be, it looked like it was going to be some type of confrontation, and because of the fact that he ran, they got all like, oh, well, now you're going to run for, exactly as he just said. And, I think, I think that was, it's hard to talk about. That was hard to see. Hey, we got Mona D in the building. Another awesome content creator in the mastermind. Thank you so much for stopping by. We are talking with Destiny here, and he is on the Dropping In podcast with Charlie from Charisma on Command. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, yes, yes. And please like the video. Thank you. And welcome to the party.
And they went on a crazy power trip. Now, is it possible that they're racist? Sure. Is it possible that there's going to be some evidence that comes out where they've like been racist and it's like, ooh, that was probably racist? Yeah, for sure. Is there evidence right now that this was a result of white supremacy or anything to do with anti-Black racism? Absolutely not. There has not been a shred of evidence provided. So when people jump to these like, it's racist, these cops are racist, it's like, I don't know if you can say that. Like, there are Black people that are capable of being shitty to other Black people that aren't racist. They're just...
What? You mean Black people are like people who act like people?
How dare you?
It's kind of like shitty people. Same thing with white people, same thing with Hispanic people. Some of them are racist, some of them aren't. Some of them do bad things because they're racist. Some of them just do bad things because they're, shitty people.
Yeah.
Adam asks here before they go on, do you think it's a result of diversity hires that the police lowered their standards and ended up with thugs? Absolutely. So it's not just that. That absolutely is a factor. But with all the defund the police type rhetoric that went around, all of the good cops, well, that's a whole other conversation, but all the good cops were like, yo, we're getting all this hate. I'm not doing this. And so there was a mass exodus. And then because they didn't have enough cops in some different areas, then they lowered the hiring standards and ended up with thugs. David disagrees, says, no, I think that the culture of being a hammer and seeing everything as a nail has made cops thugs. Also, qualified immunity does not help. And I mean, it's definitely multifaceted, for sure. I think you're both right there, but yes, 100%.
I watched a video with Piers Morgan, and he had, the typical talking head on one side and the other. And the thing that I thought was interesting is the woman was bringing up that Black people can be racist. They can have internalized racism. And they argued about that point. Is it true? And I think what you said sort of underlines like, yes, that is possible, but we see no evidence for that in the simple fact that there was a crime between two people who were black, where the perpetrator and the person who was being victimized were black.
Mhm.
You mentioned so many things that I want to touch on in there.
You can always
Did he say he mentioned God and comma he mentioned so many other things, or was he saying you mentioned God? You mentioned so many things.
cut me off if I'm rambling. So
No, this is why we have you. They get to hear plenty of me. What was that as regards to Tyree Nichols? You mentioned the lens is what interests me more than any particular thing. And this is where I guess I come back to what it continues to be my main thesis, which is I watched you watching a feminist breakdown where for one feminist who was disabled, like everything needed to be viewed through the label of her disability. For
You guys remember what he's talking about? He's talking about the Vice debate where Just Pearly Things and Sydney Watson were on, and everything was brought back to things that had nothing to do with feminism, had to do with racism, had to do with disability, ableism, stuff like that. That was the Vice panel they're talking about.
From one feminist who was a Black Latina, that was the most critical thing.
Yeah.
And what is going on here? It seems like people make their own personal experience and try to
No freedoms. Be nice, please. Remember, we attack ideas, not people.
proselytize it as if it were
I'm not saying you did. I'm just, you're starting to wind up.
a religion that everyone ought to participate in, without doing that own work within themselves.
I think that we have a very human thing that we do, which is pattern recognition. And sometimes we project patterns onto the world where there are none. I mean, look at constellations, right? They're not.
Or the biggest one of all time, astrology. That is a perfect example of usually women seeing patterns where there are none.
Actually pictures in the skies. It's just a bunch of dots that we draw pictures around, right? And we think that that's kind of cute, but that's really how we process the entire world. Arguably on an incredibly subjective level, like even our brain is putting together, you don't actually see what's in front of you. You know, you've got two blind spots in your vision. You've got a ton of blood vessels running through your eyes that you can trick yourself into seeing if you're curious sometime. There's a whole bunch of stuff our mind does to construct the world around us.
Not to mention, there are substances that you can take to, make that effect go through the roof. Any type of psychedelics, specifically LSD or DMT, you're definitely constructing a world that maybe, I was going to say doesn't exist, but maybe you're living in a world that doesn't exist and you're seeing the reality. But either way, it's two different realities.
And yeah, one of those things is pattern recognition. Sometimes people fall into this lens of, as kind of drawing back what I said before, this lens of viewing the world where they view it through either feminism or red pill or Republican or conservative or fascist or communist or whatever. And every single problem, they can find a way to retrofit everything into that particular thing. And it gets to the point to where you can even have, hypothetically a YouTuber, donating millions of dollars to like give people sight because they can't afford surgeries. And somehow that becomes a bad thing because it's just a reminder of the material conditions that we live in that
if you didn't see the video I posted on that yesterday, 2 days ago, check that out.
Necessitate that Mr. Beast has to donate money just to give people the gift of sight when the government should be giving them that automatically on its own. And it's like, Jesus Christ, like where are we at right now? How are we attacking a guy that just gave millions of dollars to give people surgeries to fix cataracts or to give them sight again? How is this a bad thing, And
hey, we got indie film in the building. Did I say hi to you? You just got here, right? Welcome, brother. What is good? Sis, well, as a Latin victim of height bias, age bias, body type bias, and political bias, excuse me, I believe you mean Latin X.
And it's insane.
Where do you so I spoke to Vosh probably 2 years ago, and we had a bit of a conversation about worker collectives and that sort of thing. Your current thoughts on capitalism? Where is it working? This is a big topic. Where is it working? Where is it not working?
It's important to recognize what things are, what they're good at, and what they're bad at. Capitalism is really good because it is incredibly flexible and adaptable. And it can respond so fluidly to so many different situations.
Shout out to capitalism.
People will always, I hear socialists say this a lot. Oh, capitalism runs on a boom bust cycle. That's horrible. And it's like, well, that's amazing because it can boom and bust and boom again. Okay. Because there's a lot of central planning economies that just go bust and they never come back. They're destroyed for decades because a centrally planned economy is so much harder to adapt to ever changing conditions than something that's more fluid. So capitalism is really good. And
do you guys hear clicking in the video? I'm not sure if I'm going crazy or if there's some kind of like It's very faint, but I don't know.
A bunch of people can stand around and go, I can make money there. I'm going to put my dollars there and I'm going to make money doing that. And I can do that really quickly. And that money might be made by providing the best product to a consumer where they can afford clothes or a car and they couldn't have afforded it in the past. And that money might go towards the cheapest and most cost-effective way to dump toxic sludge in a river that's going to, in 10 years, cause a whole bunch of kids in a small city to have 4 eyeballs. Right.
So yeah, Mike says, I've never heard a leftist give props to capitalism like that. And that is 100% why I feel like I can trust this guy, and not just trust him, but I enjoy watching him, because he doesn't agree with a lot of things that I agree with, but I agree with the type of the way that he thinks. And so we have different opinions, but if I thought the things that he did, we would end up at the same conclusion, which seems like it would make sense, but it's not necessarily the case. And the fact is, we have to find these people that disagree with us so that we understand what it is that people who disagree with us actually think. Freedom says, capitalism is not 100% good. Is anything 100% good? I mean, if you want to go down that road. Any phone says, not capitalism, free market. Free market is not a system. It is natural. I like that. I like that. Dave Manor says, I don't think capitalism is just early stage fascism like a lot of leftists want to tout. Of course not. But the devil is in the details. Deregulation and putting profit above all else is not at all good for society. Well, I would say that regulation in the first place is what is what allowed these companies to be able to put profit so far above everything else. And I don't think that it is a bad thing to put profit above everything else. That is exactly what a business is for. Now, that brings up the conversation about how are we getting this profit? And ideally, in a free market, then we would be able to really vote with our dollars and be able to give money to the people who are making profit, because they are you say the devil's in the details, because they are doing those details in the way that we want them to be done. The fact is, when there's not the competition and you got Amazon or Walmart and Target, then it's not a free market. This is a great differentiation here by IndieFilm. Mike says, Ronald Reagan said, if you agree with someone 80% of the time, it doesn't mean that they're 20% your enemy. I love that. Ohio is, oh man, I'm probably going to do a video on that tomorrow. I haven't done a deep dive into it, but I saw a bunch of stuff with like entire people who had like chicken coops. Their entire coop just died, and like it's not looking good. And the fact that the mainstream media has not even really touched it makes it seem even worse.
Capitalism isn't good or bad. It's just a way of organizing an economy. And I think it does really well at adapting to external market forces and having capital flowing to different things. So with that understanding, you look at the things that capitalism does well, which is allocating capital. You look at the things that capitalism does really poorly, and that's taking into account negative externalities. So these bad events that don't have a dollar price tag attached to them. So things like pollution are a big one. And then you use the government to say like, okay, well, hey, if you're going to pollute, here's cap and trade.
Now that I speed it up, he starts talking faster. But Just a Cog says, a ton of issues could be addressed with that profit. Exactly. But human greed often gets in the way. And again, I don't know if that's even the case. I mean, certainly there is a lot of human greed, but it's not that all humans are greedy to some extent, especially when we're talking about business and stuff like that. Profit is something that everybody should want who has a business. That's why you have a business. As you said, a ton of issues can be addressed with profit, just like we saw with Mr. Beast. But it's not the desire to get more of that profit that's the issue. It's the mechanisms by which some people or some entities, some corporations are allowed to get profit and others are not. And going back to what David said about the deregulation, maybe deregulation at this point isn't always automatically a good thing, but the way that we got here and the reason we need things deregulated is because they were originally so heavily regulated in the first place. So, I mean, it's greed is subjective, but I mean, I think we can all agree that if you have a business, then greed is not necessarily a bad thing. Hey, we got Kelly Green in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome to the party. We were a little bit panicked, but now Kelly Green is in the building. Welcome, brother. Glad you are here.
Right. Here's a carbon tax. Now it's going to cost you money. Or, hey, here's some regulations. And if you do this thing, you're going to get a big fine. You're going to get in big trouble. We're going to shut your company down. So yeah, that's how I view capitalism, I guess. I think that I'm very instrumentalist when it comes to all of these things. All of these things are tools to achieve some greater end. No, I don't care about the tool. Nobody should care about the tool. You should care about the greater end. If somebody says,
you shouldn't care about the tool, you should care about the end. I don't know if I disagree with that. Or rather, I don't know if I do agree with that. I think that leads to a the ends justify the means type of argument. But let's hear him out.
Says, I don't want there to be homeless people. That's good. We shouldn't want there to be homeless people. But the good is attached to relieving homelessness or alleviating homelessness. The good doesn't become attached to the process. If you think that rent control is a good way of alleviating homelessness, then that's cool. But if we find out that rent control sucks, then screw rent control, then get rid of it. But don't become morally attached to the rent control and say, well, if you don't like rent control, you must hate poor people. It's like, no, hold on. We don't care about the rent control. That's just a tool to effect some type of end.
Okay, so when he explains it like that we're trying, if we have an issue and we're trying to solve that issue, then, not to get personally and emotionally attached to one particular solution, because there may be better solutions, then I'm with him there. But the way he worded it, I wasn't sure. But as always, Destiny came through. The damn regulators, No Freedom says it got this way because we didn't have standards. Regulations are very important. Disagree, sir. What do we need regulations for? What industry cannot be made better by me making the decision to support them or not? And not just me as an individual, but a collection of individuals versus a collection of one entity being the government. Just Cog says, I'm hoarding billions. It doesn't make sense to me when it could help the I thought she said I'm hoarding billions. In my opinion, hoarding billions doesn't make sense to me when it could help the world. And that is where you get into the regulation. The fact is, if there were more ways to distribute wealth that wasn't stealing, then first of all, I think the notion, the cultural aspect of giving and redistributing wealth in a libertarian way, choosing to do that would be a much a better thing, because the people who do that, whatever, let's say Elon Musk decides to give away $1 billion, well, Tesla stock is going to go up. Hoarding billions, I mean, if you earn that money, then you earn that money. I don't know how much money are you giving away? I'm sure as shit not giving money away. If y'all were in Discord last night, you saw how much balance is on my credit card. So I reject the claim that being greedy and wanting profit is a bad thing. But again, look at why we have food regulations. The fact is that if we now have relegated to the government to determine whether food is good to eat or not, instead of just not buying stuff that is not good to eat. If it makes you sick, don't buy it. Why would you sell something that can make you sick if people aren't going to buy it? Whereas we have the FDA, where there can be, a certain level of rat poop in the food. There can be a certain amount of insect legs and stuff. I mean, just not there. Just a Cog says, to know freedoms, regulations equals maintaining standards of operation. Standards based on who? That benefit who? That is the question. It is not, the standards are there not to help me and you, but to help the people who are lobbyists for the government and all that kind of stuff. That's who it's helping, not us. And New Home says, what about hoarding millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars or thousands or hundreds or tens? Who makes that decision? Exactly. I don't see why that's any different. If you earn that money, then why you earned that money? Now, if you stole $1 billion from somebody else who earned it, then we're having a different conversation. But I don't understand why it is wrong to have made a lot of money, unless you're talking about the issues with the government that allowed somebody to circumnavigate what is fair and use what's in the rules, aka regulation, to get all of that wealth. I don't see another way around it, but I'm open to it. The film goes on to say raw milk is illegal. Can't buy beef directly from the rancher. Yeah, and like I wouldn't buy raw milk from somebody if I heard it was getting people sick. Now, are we saying that the FDA is in existence so people don't get sick from food? That's not how that works. So all it does is create a haven for those who are going to do untoward things, and they can just go right up to the line, and as long as they don't cross that line, they're good. Like says, selfishness is a virtue by selfishness is a virtue by Ayn Rand is a great book. It changed my mind on what is greedy. Good shout out to Ayn Rand.
And if the end isn't being effected by the tool, then we dump the tool. People become very morally attached to their systems and tools rather than the ends that they're trying to achieve, I think.
Yeah. So originally I wasn't with him on that, but I do completely agree.
When it comes to like to take rent control with homeless people or something, when there is any kind of redistribution, I actually don't know the answer to this. I'm curious if you have a perspective, which is, is it morally right to redistribute wealth from those that have to those that may not? Because one, the system was rigged and the people that don't have it because they were losers in a rigged system. So like, the way the capitalist economy is structured is such that the bourgeoisie take advantage of the proletariat, whatever. Or is the system fair and there will always be, or, obviously it doesn't have to be one of these, it could be on a continuum. Is the system fair? There will always be winners and losers, but it is unethical for anyone to have billions of dollars, even if they earned it by having 8 arms and 12 brains and contributing at a level that was so far beyond someone who is not contributing to the collective. Have you thought about like sort of the moral basis of redistribution within a capitalist society?
So that's actually perfect that they're talking about this as we are. So just because that's why I'm saying that's why I'm saying greed gets in the way. Having an abundance is great, but there's abundance, and then there's you can't possibly spend all that in one lifetime on yourself. Have you heard of children? Generational wealth is a very strong tool, as we're talking about tools, against poverty. Now, again, if we're talking about what Charlie just said, where there's always going to be winners and there's going to be losers because of the system and the rules being messed up, sure, we can have that conversation. But if I earn $1 billion in my lifetime, I can never spend $1 billion. But I want to pass that on to my children so that they can do something with the world. They can do something with that money to help the world. As you said earlier, profit can be done, can be used to solve a lot of the issues. So I don't need to spend it in one lifetime. I can die and then send it off. And now we have an entire another lifetime of somebody who doesn't have to worry about where their food is coming from, and instead can use that brain power, use that time to help other people in the world. Something about Ohio. American was meant stealing, so it's okay. I don't know what that means. Mike says we have kosher standards and have nothing to do. We have kosher standards and have nothing to do with the government inspecting it. It's independent Jewish people doing it for Jewish eaters. We could do that with other food. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if you were saying kosher, like actual kosher, like it's all kosher, man. But yeah, so that's a perfect example. There is no such thing as well, I mean, now there is, but it didn't start that way. It's not the government that decides what is or is not kosher. It's Jewish people amongst themselves. And there might be, some regulatory point in the government where you can get that stamp, but that's not how it started. And keeping kosher is something that you can choose to do or not choose to do. But I don't think that it is the place of the government to be deciding what is or is not kosher. Justin Cogg says, sure, kids can do something with that money, yet they'll never consider it if their own parents don't inspire them through their own actions. I agree with you. But now we're talking about parents inspiring them through their own actions. We're not talking about money. The issue in this scenario isn't that the money is there. The issue is that the parents didn't inspire them through their own actions. It's not the money.
Yeah, redistribution, I think, is based on two really important concepts. One is life is not fair. Okay. How much you achieve and where you end up is oftentimes highly determined by where you were born, who you were born to, the education that you get, a bunch of stuff that you don't have any right to, right? Your parents gave it to you. And the second thing is a concept called marginal utility. I think these are the two things that redistribution is built around. So one,
Marginal
people
utility.
will be born middle class to middle class parents who were born middle class. They'll stay middle class their whole lives and they'll die. And they'll look at a person that was born into a working class family, remains working class, dies working class, and they'll look down on that person. And it's like, why? They did the same shit you did. They started out at level.
Hey! Oh, thank you so much, Indie Phil. Marty! We got the cap now. Stop the cap. No, take it. There you go. Really? With 2 more cents, you would have been the sponsor of the stream, bro. But thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Every dollar goes right back into me making more content, better content for you guys. Thank you so much.
Level 5, and they ended their life at level 5. You started at level 10 and you ended your life at level 10, right? If you're going to look down at a working class person for staying working class and coming from working class families, then I mean, like, they should look down on you for being born middle class and not becoming a millionaire. You know, like, what were you doing? You had every opportunity in the world to become a millionaire, and instead you just got a job as an engineer making $130,000 a year. Like, wow, big deal. How are you going to make fun of the guy making $35,000 a year when you were born and you had like a mommy daddy welfare? You're up till you're 23 years old, paying for your whole school and everything.
So let's, Joseph Cog has a disagreement. Says generational cycles apply across everything. Spending habits, values, behaviors come from kids watching their parents, etc. Okay. How is that a disagreement with what I said? I don't what you're saying is that these things come from the kids watching their parents. So if the parents are doing good spending habits, good values, and good behaviors, why is it a bad thing that they have $1 billion? Freedom says, let's be honest here. America was built by stealing and taking over others people's wealth. Unlike any other country, right? That they just popped into existence, right? Because a lot. That's not a sentence. I mean, co-parter, bro.
Not to attack either side, right? Everybody has their.
Let's back that up. I just want to give.
For you're up till you're 23 years old, paying for your whole school and everything. Not to attack either side, right? Everybody has their struggle. But yeah, I think that where you're born and the situation you're born into, I think are obviously, anybody will admit, like, highly influential on your outcomes. So if that's true, I think that you should probably be willing to help out the people at the bottom a bit if you're a person at the top. That's one. The second thing is a concept called marginal utility. If you offer me $1,000, I'll be grateful, and that's cool, but it's not going to change my life. I don't care. But if you offer a homeless person $1,000, theoretically, it could be life-changing. Marginal utility is, I think it's a concept that comes from economics, but basically, like, the next amount is always going to be, even if the absolute value is the same, the utility granted is going to be a little bit different.
So he's going to go into that in a second. And so, Jessica Cog had said that generational cycles apply to across everything, spending habits, values, and behaviors. So I asked, how is that about the money, and how is that not about the spending habits, values, and behaviors? So Jessica Cog says, the point is, if the parents are greedy and hoarding instead of giving for good of humanity, the kids are likely to do the same. I agree with you. And now we are talking about the behaviors, the spending habits, the values, not the money. That's what I'm saying. I agree with I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. But that agreement is not about how much money people should or should not have. It's about how parents should act in the context of learning, or their children learning to be good people. It's not about the dollar amount. Mike says these billionaires do not hoard money, they spend it. It goes back into the system. Saving money does nothing for them. Yeah, that's 100% true. Saving money is literally throwing money down the toilet. Once somebody put it to me like that, and I realized that just by holding money in a savings account, that I'm literally getting poorer, I was like, I got to get rid of this trash fiat currency because it's constantly being devalued. And so if you're just holding on to $1 billion in a savings account or 10 savings account, then yeah, you get a little bit of interest. But first of all, the banks are then, using fractional reserve to lend out 10 times as much, which weakens the dollar even more. But then you don't have it to invest in assets. Billionaires have assets. Hey, we got Gen X Boomer in the building. What is good? What is good? Not sure what you're replying to, but glad you are here. What does he say? People think generational wealth is about the money. It's not. It's the standards of those families. I think I agree with you. Can you say more on this? Can you elaborate on this? David says, there's an even bigger chance if you give a homeless man $1,000 that they would drink or smoke it up. It's true, but I mean, the point wasn't what they're going to do with it. The point was the value that person's going to get.
Your first $10,000 that you make is going to be a lot different than your next $10,000, right? A person making $50,000 a year, their life is going to change completely going from $50,000 to $100,000 a year.
Agreed, Jessica. I agree.
But a person making $1 million a year, their life's not going to change going from $1 million to $1,050,000, right? So if marginal utility is true, then people at the top can afford to lose a bit of money and give it to people at the bottom. Their lives are hardly going to be impacted at all. And the people at the bottom theoretically can have vast improvements based on that redistribution.
I don't disagree with that assessment that it's not going to, the marginal utility is what he's talking about, saying if a homeless person gets $1,000, it's going to be a big deal to them. But if a billionaire gets $1,000, it's a drop in the bucket. That may be true, but it's the core concept of earning money. If you earned that money, you don't owe it to anybody else. And so if you decide, like Mr. Beast did, to give it away, that's great. But when you have a government that's so dead set on coming after your money, then it stifles the cultural excitement about wanting to be philanthropic. And it's like, well, the government's going to do this, that, and the other. The only reason now that people are philanthropic for the most part is because of the tax benefits. Whereas my point is that we should be having these conversations so that the cultural aspect, that culturally we want to give away more of our money because I want people to make those decisions. I don't want the government to be forcing those people. Best way to get rich is to exploit cheap labor and stash your money in a tax haven. Yup. And why is that? Why is that the best way to get rich? Is it because of a free market or is it because of a government over-regulating? Just saying. And Gen X says, yes, if I have $1.5 million, if I give $1.5 million to a hood family or some hillbillies, the money would be gone and the wealth ends. I mean, you don't know that, but yes, essentially it's this idea that throwing money at a situation automatically improves it. That's just not the case. That's just not the case. There's a reason that these people don't have money in the first place. It's not necessarily their fault. In many cases, it's not, but in many cases, it is. And so, just handing what is going on with? That's the second person who's talking about Sonic. What? Or this one? That's from The Price is Right. That's not Sonic. But welcome to the party, Pyro Dan. What is good? What is good? What is good? But yeah, I just throwing money at a problem is not a way to solve it. What is the old saying? Teach a man. What is it? You know what I mean? About teaching a man to fish, or give a man a fish, feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, feed him for life. There you go.
Well, so presumably, what curbs this is the who earned the money, right? So there's the limit on marginal utility is. If we played that out to the extreme, we would eventually all have the same amount of money. And I assume where you would curb that is, this person, be it through gift of their parents, gift of God, whatever, worked, earned, or just fell into this money. And we leave most of it with them for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to say that like I don't think everybody should have the same amount of money. I'm not trying to say that I like my money. I don't want to give it all away, you know? I'm just saying that like you shouldn't be so reticent to help people that are in worse positions. Like
Exactly. You shouldn't be so reticent to help people that are in worse positions. People have this idea of being reticent to help people that are in worse positions because of the values that everybody's trying to steal my money. I got to do it. That's my point. The point is that if we can get the government to back off, then it leaves room for individuals to be more virtuous. And when those people are more virtuous and get rewarded for it, then it gives more incentive for more people to be more virtuous, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. So he gave a man a fish, and he said he will lead him towards the water. There you go. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Kelly. Freedom says, I can't wait until people start stealing other people's money and taking over things. That's been going on for a long time. Aren't you the one that said that's how America got started? And I said, yeah, just like every other country. What are you talking about? Give a man a fish and he will complain that you didn't cook it for him. That is the leftist version. Yeah.
Not everybody is capable of contributing to society in the same ways that other people are, but
fair enough.
I still think that it makes for a better world for everybody. You want everybody to be brought in, or not brought. You want everybody to be bought into the society that you're running. It's just everything.
You want everyone to be bought into the society. So the more antagonistic the people and the government are, the less people are going to be, what was the word he used? Supportive of that society.
Works so much better that way. Have you ever seen the movie School of Rock?
Yeah.
It's one.
The School of Rock. What was the first one? It
is a, I don't know if the writers did this intentionally, but Jack Black is a masterclass on leadership in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the part where he put together the band?
And he brings them all in their own way. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And there was the little boy who was really sad. He's like, we don't get to be in the band. And then he found unique jobs for every single person, because having half the class just stand there watching, they're not going to feel bought into it. But he gave everybody a job. He made all of them feel important. And that's something that a good leader does, right?
So that's exactly something a good leader does. And so when he's talking about Jack Black and School of Rock and seeing that he cared. If you haven't seen the movie, spoiler alert: Jack Black is in a band. He's a bum. That's his roommate is a substitute teacher. Accidentally goes into a music class and starts a band. Try to do Battle of the Bands. So the only thing that he cares about is winning Battle of the Bands. And so there's one kid that's really good at guitar. There's one kid that's really good at drums, so on and so forth. But most of the class can't really help him in that way. But instead of being like, oh, screw you guys, I'm going to give money to the people that help. Not money. I'm going to give roles to the people that help me. He created an environment where everyone was bought in, and he got a better result, likely, than he would have if he had just put everybody that wasn't in the band sitting at the back of the class or something.
Right? That could be a supervisor in a restaurant. It could be a mid-level manager in a business. It could be a project lead on a software development team. Like you have to make everybody feel like they're bought into whatever project they're working on. I'm sure there's got to be a chapter in How to Win Friends and Influence People where Dale Carnegie probably talks about this, right? But it's such an important concept. So so for society, like I like being wealthy in America because I want to be like wealthy in America because America is a cool country. I don't want to.
I say, me too. I want to be wealthy in America.
Go and be like the king of ashes and like in a destitute, spot where everybody else around me is in poverty. So, I think that having people at the top willing to give back to people at the bottom to maintain everything running smoothly and to keep everybody bought in and happy, I think is really important.
Got it. So if you sort of more concretely, where do you land? Because I think that even a lot of right-leaning people would probably agree with a lot of what you said. They don't want to be king of the ashes. They do want to give back. But then when it comes to nuts and bolts, there's, oh no, fuck no. You're not taking
so nuts and bolts, concretely where do I land? So I'm in favor of a progressive tax system. I'm totally okay with that. Here's the...
I'm going to make a poll about that. Oh, we did that the other day, I think. I still need to learn more about the flat tax versus a progressive tax, because both make sense to me in certain contexts, but I don't understand just the entire tax system well enough to have a position on that.
This is where, so again, this is the instrumental part, and a lot of left-leaning people focus on this.
All right, this is the instrumental part. We're getting to the instrumental part, apparently.
I don't think taxes are good I don't think taxes are bad. Taxes are just a thing that we need to fund the social programs that we want to, well, to fund the government, right? So what I think we should do as the government is we need to figure out what social programs do we need? Do we want a form of public option for healthcare? I personally think we should. Do you want to fund?
Actually, I changed my mind. I do think there should be a public option. I don't think it should be forced universal health care and all that, but
more public transit? Do we want to fund, these other types of welfare programs like food stamps or WIC or whatever, all these other things? Find out what we need to fund and then tax on a progressive level appropriately. That should be full stop how the system works. A lot of left-leaning people get hyper fixated on this, like there should be no billionaires or people. I don't care about any of that. I don't care how much money you have. You earn $100 billion, you're Elon Musk, congratulations. Like, I think you should keep the vast majority of your money. But I mean, paying taxes to fund the social programs that we think are essential to running society in a way that has the standard of living acceptable for every person in the United States, I think that should be the goal.
I agree with Kelly. He says, I like roads, but then I disagree that those are good taxes. I would much rather privatizing the roads. I think that if you have a company that builds roads, then not only would they have a reason to do it better than, Jersey is terrible with potholes from like September to May. You get a couple months where they patch that stuff up, but there's no reason to fix it. It wasn't until Domino's had a commercial where if you order something, they would, I don't remember exactly what it was, but they were fixing potholes because the government sucks at everything. So I agree. I like roads too. But that doesn't mean that the government needs to give you everything. So anyone says progressive tax is not fair. Flat tax is. What do they always say? An even playing field. That does make sense to me, but as we were talking about before, if you're making $5,000 a year, 10% of that is a lot. If you're making $5 billion a year, and 10% of that is also is a lot of money, but in terms of how much it's going to hurt you, the marginal utility, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that it's not fair. It's not equal, but I don't know that it's not fair. But again, I don't know too. You probably know a lot more about it than I do. Jax Boomer says, learned more about this. Federal budget costs $15K for every man, woman, and child in the country. David says, the progressive tax system seems fair to me, but that money is often spent before it is collected from you. And then it seems very much like nothing is getting any better. That's the issue with taxes in general, that there's no receipts. They take your money. You don't have a choice. They spend it however they feel like it. And, that's the end of it. That's the end of it. Mike says, privatize as much as you can. Let the government do the rest. And yep, exactly. That's why we want everything, as Mike said, privatize as much as you can and let the government do the rest. Because hey, I'm all for a national military. I am all for, I think I'm all for like border patrol and stuff like that. But and again, it makes me question, like, as good as it could be, it sounds like a private company would have every reason to do it better. Mike says UPS has to make a profit or they go out of business, but the post office loses hundreds of millions of dollars every year. Private sector does better. This guy says, in my opinion, we need to start with revamping the education system. Get rid of useless classes and teach trades in high school. A lot of kids could pay their own way straight after graduation. I 100% agree. And it's starting. I just did a video on, Jacqueline Glenn, who completely misunderstood everything about what they're doing in Florida with going through the library and individually checking off to make sure each book is appropriate and for children or whatever the school is. And she's like, "Oh my God, do we really need this?" And it's like, "Oh," she's like, "I did a deep dive," and then she they were saying like, we don't want any pornographic stuff in schools. I'm like, what? Do we even need this? This is so good. It's like just the tip and genderqueer. Look them up. Everyone says you can privatize roads because roads involve eminent domain. Roads are horrible. It's misappropriation of funds and lazy union workers. Well, can you elaborate a little bit more on what you mean by they involve eminent domain? Because that land, if it belongs to the government, can be sold to the companies. Maybe that's not how it works right now, but I'm not saying that it is. The whole point is that the way things that work, I cannot talk tonight. The way things work right now suck. Any Film says, pretty sure that the debt, though, is equal to $100,000 owed per person, every man, woman, and child in the United States. I'll take it. I'll take 100 grand. Gen X Boomer says, military needs to run carriers up and down the border. All other military to not exist anywhere else. Costs $200 billion a year. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me.
Homeless people in the United States is unacceptable. We have too much money here, too much wealth. It's going to San Francisco is insane to be in a coffee shop with 20 people that are all making at least $250,000 a year, and you step outside and there are insane homeless people screaming right outside the coffee shop.
So I agree that there should be no reason for there to be any homeless people in America. I just think that the way we would solve these issues and the reasons behind this, we would just completely disagree on, me and Destiny. But that's why we want to listen.
That's wild to me. I shouldn't exist in the United States.
Do you? So I actually am not really steeped in these politics. Some of the people in California, I live in Los Angeles, believe that it is the receptivity to the homelessness, the extension of programs that exists in place like San Francisco and Los Angeles that create an environment where there is more homelessness. Is that something you push back against? Do you think that that redistribution is something that can solve that problem, or at least most of the homeless problem?
I just moved out of LA. I live over in Miami now.
I also moved out of LA. I mean, it was for that reason. It was, I used to live in Santa Monica, right on the 3rd Street Promenade. And it was, homeless people spitting on my dog, cursing you off, calling you names in the street. It was uncomfortable. And also, I think part of the issue in terms of, you said people bring their own lens, is I am totally cognitively sure that most homeless people are not represented in my experience of that downtown Santa Monica experience. Yet my personal experience is of mostly mentally challenged and very aggressive homeless that are the ones that make themselves most known in your life when you live in that area. So sure. I try to curb my instincts, be like, this is unsolvable by money, because when I see some of those people, there is not really an amount of money that could be offered to them that would solve that problem.
Course. I think the first thing is people have to stop viewing other people as being fundamentally different than themselves. Like 99% of humans, we all come from the same soup. We all have the same basic drives. Nobody generally wants to be homeless. Nobody generally wants to be lazy. Nobody generally wants to just leech off the government network.
Okay, I was looking for a good place to stop, but he's saying nobody wants to be. He went on for so long, I forgot what he said. Hold on.
From the same soup.
That we're all this. We're all generally the same, and so the division, a lot of the division comes from this tribalism that we talk about all the time, and we're so much more. We have so much more in common than we do have differences, but we focus so much on those differences that it makes it seem like we are, we're different species, and really, we're just not
different than themselves. Like 99% of humans, we all come from the same soup. We all have the same basic drives. Nobody generally wants to be homeless. Nobody generally wants to be lazy. Nobody generally wants to just leech off the government network. That doesn't.
So Mansa, I might not, I might disagree with you, but he said generally, so that's not what we're talking about. But yeah, there's a lot of people that choose to be homeless, that if you ask them, hey, I have a home here, you can live in, and they will choose to say no. But again, that begs the question, why is that the case? Gen X boomer paid off his house. Lucky those your generation could do that. So David says, like, people will be homeless all over, but to say that because a certain state has better social support for homeless people does not cause more people to come there directly, in my opinion. Correlation does not equal causation. I guess you're correct that correlation does not equal causation, but I mean, other than the weather, even that, because New York has why are there so many homeless people in New York and Chicago? Other than that, I don't know. You may be right that there are other factors, but absolutely there is a strong correlation. So Mike says, when I used to be a Christian, I would go out and witness to the homeless and ask them, where are they on the streets and why are they on the streets and not in the shelter? They said they didn't like authority. Brown says 3rd Street Promenade of the ALI of Santa Monica has reeked of piss since 92. They were the first to decriminalize vagrants and loitering. So again, I mean, correlation or causation, I can't say, but that correlation surely is there. Policies equal causation. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I can really use the causation or correlation does not equal causation when we have direct factors. What you would need to do is because especially since he said generally, and you're saying that's not the case, then you would have to present the alternative causation. Monza says we're plugged into the Matrix and feeding the Matrix. Neil wasn't really shooting and playing Rambo with the machine. He was sitting in front of his computer hacking it. Okay. John Spooner says, sorry, no, I have a mortgage. I mean, if I was free and clear, I should no longer have to pay property tax. I agree with you there. And Jessica says, some people don't understand that is not having an address that some people don't understand is that not having an address is one of the biggest issues regarding getting a job, utilizing available benefits, etc. I agree with you there. I just don't know how we solve it.
Make most people feel good. So we start from there. For a lot of homeless people, we need to, it's not just a matter of throwing money at them, because just throwing money at problems doesn't always fix it. You need like good, streamlined ways of solving issues relating to homelessness. So if a person is homeless, they probably need a place to stay before they can get the rest of their life together. So getting them some kind of house where they can shower and have like a base of operations before getting them into work, rehabilitating them in other ways. Like, I think that those types of stuff, figuring out like, how can we apply our money in a way that is positive, is better than just throwing money at things. And then the second part of that, because I know a lot of people are probably get really angry when I said everybody's fundamentally the same. Like, no, you don't understand these fucking homeless people. It is true that for homeless people, there is a special side thing where a lot of them have extreme forms of mental illness. Well, I shouldn't say a lot, but definitely the ones you'd notice.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is a big part of the problem, the mental health aspect, not just, having an affinity to not like authority, but legitimately not being able to operate in society as a normal person. And it wasn't ideal that we had these horrible mental institutions that were abusing people. But is it better that they just close them down and let the people run free? I don't think so. I mean, I think that we should have just made them better, privatized them, gave them a reason to do better for competition, and help these people. Certainly was. Mansa says, paying into the system makes you plugged into the machine. Undomesticated people are unplugged from the machine and living free, just like the ones living in Zion. All right, so how do we do that? Gen X Boomer says, there are plenty of ways to get housing and programs for you. The issue is something was wrong that got them homeless. If you don't fix that, you can't fix homelessness.
Anybody that has lived outside of a fucking suburb, because a lot of these people on the left will say, oh no, homeless people are just our unhoused neighbors and blah, blah, blah. If you've walked down any street in a major city in the United States, in Miami, in Austin, in Seattle, New York, LA, you will have like the guy that is like, you're sitting at a crosswalk and it's like, I'm going to kill you. And you're like, holy shit. And it's just a guy that just walks by you.
And he doesn't even stop.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, just a homeless guy. These people need.
That's actually, I'm going to make this a poll, but Mike, absolutely right. Correlation does not always equal causation, but sometimes It does, and definitely agree with you there. So what was I gonna say? Damn it, I forgot.
Yeah. Okay. Oh,
Oh. So I want to know if you guys have had a so the experience that the homeless experience that he just had. Have you had this experience with homeless people? So I'll back it up again.
Seattle, New York, LA, you will have like the guy that is like, you're sitting at a crosswalk and it's like, I'm gonna kill you, and you're like, holy shit, and it's just a guy that just walks by you.
He doesn't even stop.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, just a homeless guy. Yeah. These people need some sort of like, they have to be housed somewhere. You either in some type of like permanent mental health facility, or there has to be something. Because obviously these people are probably never going to be like, oh, I can just work a normal job. Like you have to have special jobs for them. You've got to have special places with like psychiatric care available to them.
And so while that is freaking out, Jessica Cox said, I ended up homeless while I went to school because the VA effed up my GI Bill. Sorry to hear that. I had to scrounge parking lots for change to be able to build money and move somewhere else. Well, shout out to you for absolutely being able to crush that and improve your life. And it's never easy for people to go through stuff like that. Obviously, I'm not I've never been in that position, and I wouldn't pretend to know, but I'm just saying that it is not necessarily about homelessness that you were able to get out of it. It speaks more to who you are as a person, in my opinion. It said, I've had homeless people try to fight me because I didn't want to give them a cig. Been there. I was living in Watonga, Oklahoma, and there was a bunch of homeless that I hung out with. They knew where to get the good dope from. Not hard, it's just in the next tent. Any film says those facilities existed and went away under Reagan because the left thought it was insensitive to have them. And I do think Reagan signed off on it, so that is not great. And I mean, let's take a step back and realize that in the 70s, 80s, we certainly didn't have the understanding, at least widespread, of mental health that we do now. But yeah, I mean, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Yep. That's why $1,000 would change nothing for 99.90% of homeless people, like tent city type homeless. It's going to take a lot more than that. A lot more than that. Well, I don't think any film is going to agree with you on that, but I'll let him talk for himself. Kelly says there are many things you can do. There are many things you can do nothing about. And unfortunately, mental health is that gray area where a person is oftentimes left to defend for themselves. Yeah, gray area. And it's sad, and we want to help. But just like I was just talking about in the 70s, 80s, we didn't have the understanding of mental health that we do now. Even right now, we don't have the understanding of mental health that we need to fix these issues. Especially because the psychology community, just like every other institution, has been taken over by wokeness and lefties that got us there in the first place. There were too many abandoned houses, and they didn't need any tents. Plus, I had a place and other dopers had houses they can hang out at. Sounds like fun. $1,000 just, that's not even going to get you in the door. That's not even going to get you in the door. When you go to do stuff for mentally unhealthy people or people who are not capable of caring for themselves, the scary thing is the decision where you decide to say that somebody is incapable of doing for themselves. And it absolutely, it's scary, but the reality is those people do exist, and they need people who care about them, whether it's family members or other countrymen, to provide the avenue for them to get the help they need. Hey, we got our resident sausage in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome to the party, Jimmy Dean. Is that only 1 million? Those are rookie numbers. Apparently. What? Welcome to the party, Jimmy. Welcome.
But yeah, that again, that needs like a process. It's not just a matter of throwing money at things, which I think sometimes we do. That was one of the things that a lot of people will call me a hypocrite. It's like, oh, you moved to Florida with no income tax, and you left California with high income tax, blah, blah, blah. That is partially true. However, the reason why I don't like the taxes in California is because I don't know where my money goes. I don't know what I was getting for my tax in California, because god damn, you get taxed a lot there. But the city is insane. The streets are broken everywhere. On my little Focus RS, I'm scraping my bumper coming out of every gas station. There's homeless people all over the place. Everything is like, I don't know if the schools absorb all the tax money or what, but like if I lived in
I sure hope not. But hey, we got Harley Rose in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Are you asking me or are you just asking them? I don't really know what you're asking, but welcome to the party, girl. Glad you are here. We are talking with Destiny and Charlie from Charisma on Command.
Stockholm or Paris or London or these places with like these grand, expansive public transit systems with all of these services where you get your healthcare and shit paid for. Yeah, fuck it, I'll pay 50% taxes. But man, I'm living in California paying an effective tax rate, I think, of almost like 42%. Yeah, that's insane. I live in the United States of America. I thought we were supposed to have low taxes here. What's going on? Yeah, that just drove me crazy. But yeah, just
so he was talking about like the homeless people aren't just so he's saying like suburban white people will say, oh, the homeless people are just our unhoused neighbors. And then he was talking about if you're in the city, lists a bunch of Democratic cities, and a dude will walk by and be like, I'm gonna kill you, and just not even look at you or anything, just screaming, being crazy. And just the leftist or liberal idea that homeless people are just, just like everybody else. Thank you, Just a Cog. Oh my goodness. Thank you. That's the question.
Refocusing. It can't just be throwing money at problems. It has to be throwing money at good solutions to problems. Just money isn't going to fix anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I relate to the California thing. I think what California gets by on is the fact that there's like 200 plus days of sun. And so whenever I look at my tax bill, I go, this is not going to the government. This is the price that they can charge me for the sunshine. Yeah, I mean, they just happen to own this.
That is that is sad. That's how Californians have to cope. They're taking all my money, but I mean, I guess the weather's nice.
Piece of land, and they're taxing me for the sun that I receive. But I feel similarly. It's like I can't see where it's going, and I hope that it's going to useful places, but I don't know that it is. And it also sounds like you would be in favor of, which I feel like most people should get behind this, the idea of small experimental government programs, which is rather than roll out instantaneously.
This is great. I love this. Listen to what he's about to say. And it's been done before, and I don't understand why it's not done more often. So talking about rolling out government programs.
A multi-billion-dollar thing to solve homelessness. To break that, to apportion that into smaller approaches, where one might be like, weekly mental health checkups. One might be free housing. They might include different things, because it sounds like we don't know how to solve the problem of homelessness, and just chucking money to the first idea or, some expert's idea of what's going to work seems to not have been very effective, versus if we took a more scientific approach to it and ran a bunch of experiments, we might be able to start small and then scale a solution.
Yeah. I don't think the political will is there. I mean, homeless people aren't voters. We don't really care about them politically because they're not, influencing any electoral outcomes. People in cities are affected, but I mean, these are probably people that largely live in apartments maybe, and they don't vote as much as like suburban people who don't deal with homeless people. That's like my guess. Usually when a problem isn't getting solved, most people immediately go to like lobbyists and political influence or whatever. Usually.
Boom. Kelly Green with a bar. If you use the term solve, you are doomed from the start. We want to help these things. If you're exactly as Charlie was just saying, instead of trying to solve the problem, let's just address the symptoms until we can find the underlying cause and solve that. What's wrong with that?
Usually what I try to think of is like, well, who's voting? And I feel like that actually will get you an answer more closely for why a problem is or isn't getting solved, right?
Sure.
When you look at like
this was the airport, right?
Police forcing, like police issues don't get solved because capitalist companies are paying off the politicians to maintain the defenders of capital and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, I think, who's more likely to vote, right? Poor, disenfranchised minorities that are being negatively impacted by cops, or affluent, white, older voters who probably never see cops in their life except to say hi to like their friendly police officer on the street, right? These people aren't voting to defund the police or get rid of them. These people are scared of the other people that are being negatively impacted by the police, right? So it's obvious like which way the policies are going to go. Just look at the voting base. You don't need like lobbyists or crazy conspiracies to figure out why the things aren't changing the way you want them to, especially with only like a 20 or 30% voter turnout in a lot of cities, which is where your mayor who nominates your chief of police and everything comes from.
So I have.
That's a great point. That's a great point that he just had there. So Kelly says it's like solving. Yeah. So you have to have an idea how to minimize the issue. Where are we? Of course, places in California that spent that much on liberal issue places oftentimes issue their money. It's like solving world peace. There's always going to be somebody that says, "Hey, what happens when I go do that?" Yeah. Jimmy Dean agrees. Solve is poor terminology. Try explode. You'll never see a homeless person if you make laws and arrest him. It's that simple. I don't know about all that. But I guess you're not wrong. Ronald said, are either of these guys native Californians? Yes, both of them. It's like it's ideas like this that got California in this mess. And yes, the school district in LA sucks up tons of money, and the teachers unions vote. Yeah, both of these guys were talking about how they moved out of California. I think Charlie said he moved to Texas or something, and Destiny moved to Miami. It says homelessness won't be solved, period. Okay. If you're being paid 6 figures a year to work with the homeless, why would you fix it? Because if you fix it, you don't get paid anymore. That's pretty much every like NGO meant to solve a societal issue. On point, 100% correct. The goal is not to, once you get started, the goal is not to solve the problem. Again, that word solve. The goal is to keep getting funding. That's the goal. Yeah, I don't agree with that as much. Yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like.
Never voted. I'm fairly politically disengaged, though. Just like every red-blooded American, I argue about it heatedly at the dinner table. Sure. Is that the way that I've looked at it? Is for a couple of excuses that I'm sure you've heard before. One, I live in California. In terms of the presidential election, not likely to break, though there was a mayoral.
Oh, I thought he said he moved, so he does live in California. Oh yeah, he was just talking about the sunshine tax. Duh.
Election that was very, very tight in Los Angeles that might actually have local effect. Two, when I've zoomed out and asked how can I spend my time, it feels like there's so much mud thrown into the political arena where it's like there are so many forces acting against my understanding of who these candidates are, what they're going to do, and what the outcomes will be, that the amount of time required for me to form a solidly based opinion, to choose between A or B.
This is exactly what I was talking about with the Russia stuff.
Seems not insurmountable, seems like a poor use of time compared to what else I might do that could otherwise positively impact my community from the private sector or just from being a good brother, friend, son, etc.
Exactly. We want these people to not feel like the government is solving everything, and therefore we need to help our countrymen because the government doesn't have it all figured out. Hey, we got Dr. Evil Genius in the building from TSP, the Talking Ish podcast. It is the word, but YouTube won't allow us to say it anymore. But welcome, brother. Said my experience as a homeless person was pretty rough. Anecdotal, yes, I know. Sorry to hear that, brother, but glad you are doing better. And just as I was saying to others who, were experienced homelessness, the fact that you guys were able to get out is not anything about the state of homelessness or the government policies or anything like that, because of the fact we know that because of how many homeless people there are, how many homeless people were there before you got homeless and are still there now. It speaks to you guys for taking life into your own hands and making it better. It's that simple. So shout out to Dr. Evil Genius. Welcome to the party. You're a mod, right? Feel free to drop your links, plural. I saw you've been doing more on the Dr. Evil Genius page as well, but definitely the Talking Ish podcast is a great channel that you all definitely want to check out. Thank you for being here, brother. Harley says, if you want to combat poverty, you combat it through through charity. Yeah, like individual people like Mr. Beast. But when you do that, then the entire world hates you because they expect the government to fix it. So David has a question. Should we even take these people seriously if they don't even vote? Yes. This goes back to exactly what I was saying about, do feelings or facts matter when it comes to politics? Because these people will still shape the opinions of those who do vote, especially Destiny. I mean, he does vote, but even Charlie, he's a very influential figure. I mean, he's not like an A-list celebrity or anything, but there's a lot of people who take him very seriously, who listen to him a lot. Now, he doesn't talk about politics that often. He's talking about it because Destiny is here. But I think it is because the fact is, most people don't vote. Most people don't vote. So if we're just going to push away anybody's opinion who doesn't vote, first of all, there's people who are don't vote because they're lazy. There's people who don't vote because they don't have the time to learn things. And there's people like me who didn't vote in 2020 because I abstained consciously. And I said, no, I'm not going to give a vote to either of these people. So, I mean, you're here, right? So I guess that answers your question. It's gotta be harder for sure. Dr. Virginia says some people don't believe in a system at all. Not participating in something you don't believe in doesn't lessen a person's validity. I love that. Yeah, so being harder because of access to resources, where if you're in the city, there's people around, there's stuff around, there's garbage cans, there's people that there's stuff. If you're in the middle of nowhere, there's ain't nothing there. I agree. Well put, Dr. Evil Genius.
And I'm curious if you find that sufficient to morally exempt myself from voting, or if you say, no, that's not enough.
I mean, I think we should vote. I think it's good to vote. You want to see how many people are voting. Mm-hmm. It's like, I think it's good because it helps us understand, where the country's at for things. So like, here's something I'm trying to look this up real quick, but like, one issue that Democrats face right now is we're fighting against a lot of systemic stuff that is, I don't want to say it's undemocratic, but it hurts the representation. No, hold on. How should I say this?
So let's stop while he's thinking that. And I agree with, Gen X says, we give so much to the poors and they just stay that way. Harley responds, I would rather my money go towards someone who actually needs it than our government who hoards it and misuses it. 100%. 100%. That is exactly what we've been talking about. Couldn't agree more. Dr. Virginia says those resources are usually shoddy and rife with corruption or incompetence or ridiculously needless red tape. Well, true, but either way, there's definitely more of those resources in the city than in rural areas. My vote is like money. My vote is like money. They need to earn it. Agreed. I'm not going to vote for you just because the other guy is slightly worse, because I know that both of you are in cahoots and you're both just presenting, two sides of the same coin. So no, thank you. Junior says, what tragic accident made Charlie lose his upper lip?
What?
How dare you?
How dare you?
Dr. Evil Genius says the environments in homeless shelters in New York City are so bad. Homeless people would rather sleep outside in single-degree temperatures. But they get so much money, right? They get so much money from our taxes and all these programs, and there's all these organizations. Then why is this still the case? Seems like Harley's solution would work way better. Jack's member says, imagine an overstuffed lifeboat filling up with water from a giant hole. Okay. I love analogies and thought experiments. I love this. So we got an overstuffed with people, you mean? So an overstuffed lifeboat filling up with water from a giant hole. 90% of the people are bailing the water out. So like 20% are dumping water into the boat. But it's inhumane to tell them to stop. Well, yeah, 10%. Huh. What's the analogy? It's a very interesting thought experiment. If you could explain the connection, I'm a little lost. I'm dumb sometimes, and that's okay, right? You guys still like me, but I'm gonna star this and come back to it. If you can give a just a little bit more. Jimmy Dean says, wasn't De Blasio offering to bust the homeless out of New York City? Yup. His wife was given $1 billion and did nothing with it. Does that surprise you? Does that surprise you at all? That's politics 101. David Banner said, someone early in the chat said that they talked to homeless and they said that they won't stay at a shelter because of authority. But homeless shelters have homeless people. Just because they have similar circumstances does not make you compatible with all of these people. I mean, yeah, I think speaking generally, and he was speaking from his own. That was Mike that was saying that. I think he was just speaking from his own perspective, not attributing this is how all homeless people are. David goes on to say, like, just because you're homeless doesn't mean you can easily coexist with other people. Yeah, okay, I think we're on the same page. Dr. I don't know what is going on with my mouth today. What that mouth do not talk right. Dr. Evil Genius says it's more like the top 1% is filling up the boat with water and pointing at the poor people who don't have any power in the first place. Filling up the boat enriches the people at the top. Again, I'm not really. I'm going to start this, and if you can help me connect that to, because I'm still lost with the original analogy. So if you guys can help me out with that. It's inhumane to kick them off the streets. What about on the streets? Oh yeah, we got there, and yeah, that was wild.
There are
So let's back this up.
One issue that Democrats face right now is we're fighting against a lot of systemic stuff that is, I don't want to say it's undemocratic, but it hurts the representation. No, hold on. How should I say this? There are systems in place in the United States that favor a smaller number of voters in some areas versus others. So two big examples of this are the Senate, which I support. I think it's okay for states to have representation. But man, when a citizen in Wyoming has 2 senators and a citizen in California that is like 50 times the population has 2 senators, that's pretty wild.
That's why we have Congress.
But then too, it also comes out in the Electoral College, where we also have like a widely disproportionate representation of how powerful is your single vote. But I think it's important to say, because, I fought with a lot of Trump people that will argue this, well, Trump won the election. Like, sure, Hillary Clinton got 3 million more votes. Right?
Notice how they, both sides will always split the popular vote and the Electoral College vote to whatever is more convenient to them. It's such a stupid thing to bring up. Like, that's how elections work. Either you win or you didn't win. You got more than the popular vote, but you didn't get the electoral votes, then you didn't win. Now, it's important to know how people actually voted, but the popular vote does not decide who the president is. Dr. Virginia says shelter rules are an issue for a small number of homeless. It's more the safety and dignity issues that cause them to stay on the streets. Interesting. And Mike agrees. Good point.
Right? Trump might have won the election, but don't pretend like he was the most popular president in the United States of America. That's not true. So I think that every vote matters. I think it's important to be able to look at like where the popular will is. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. If you're in California, your vote's never deciding an important presidential election or something. But like your down ballot votes, I think, can be important. And it's good to just see like nationally, even if you don't feel like you're going to swing a state. I mean, you've got third party votes, or if you get them up to 5% of the states. Election total, I think they can get some type of funding again on balances. There's other stuff there, and voting is just like kind of like it's the most important thing, arguably, that you can do in a democratic republic, because you want to, having your citizens choose the leaders is a great responsibility.
Is it though? I don't know if that's the most important thing you could do, because as we said, most people don't vote, but the fact is you can vote with your dollar. That's why these boycotts are so popular. That I think voting with your dollar is a lot more. Wait, are you leaving? Or are you just saying hi? Or saying thank you? If you are leaving, thank you so much, Dr. Evil Genius in the building. Definitely go check out his channel. Link in the chat there. Gen X Boomer says, you mourn Bluey, that is there to protect the minority from the tyranny of the majority. That's why we are not a democracy, constitutional republic. Yeah, but he knows that. He knows that. He's just making that argument because it weakens the strength of how strongly people actually did care about Trump. He comes to the House and the Senate aren't the same thing. What? California is the most electoral votes. Exactly. So like that's a non-starter because that's precisely why there's the Senate and the House. One is based on population and one is equal for every state.
How do people educate? Yeah. So in terms
for
of
the
the
question of
education,
here's the one ask that I make of people. Sometimes I think people want like the golden bullet, like, okay, well, listen, 2 articles a day from the Wall Street Journal, 3, on the ground reportings from Reuters, and maybe 1 from the Associated Press, and then do 1 from Fox News, 1 from CNN, and then you're like, yeah, fuck all that. You don't know all that shit. And also there's no like magical, bullet there. One of the issues we have today is a lot of people say that it's really difficult to find out where to consume good media. I don't agree with that. I think it's pretty easy. The problem that people are actually running into is we're used to passively consuming media. And passively consuming media means that we see the headlines coming across our social media feeds, and then we run with those headlines and then with the pundits that interpret those for us. If you just read a full article about whatever headline you've read, you will be more informed than 98% of the voting population.
So this goes back to if we were here for the monetization stream, my first panel that I ever did with Blaine and Anirudh, we were talking. I thought it was going to be about which pundits do you like, but it turned into is punditry inherently worse than just reading the news? And I reject this notion, and it often does come from the left, but it's on both sides. This idea that because you're reading an article, you know more than somebody who does reading articles and stuff and reporting news for a living. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like I'm going to use Tim Pool as an example because that's the easiest one. Like even if I were to use all the time that I spend listening to Tim reading the news, number one, I would learn about a lot fewer things because it takes a lot longer to read something than to have him read it and relay the information and discuss that in a forum with other people. Now, first of all, he often does read the entire article in the video, but furthermore, it's about the connection to all of the other things that are happening, all the other all the other articles that are related. Let's take a topic. If you're just reading, if I only have the time to read the New York Times article all the way through, then okay, I've seen what the New York Times has said, but that's all I know. I don't know what anybody else has said. I don't know what is different from what's going to be different in the Daily Mail versus the Wall Street Journal. I keep saying did I say the Wall Street Journal or New York Times? Either way, point is, I just reject the claim that reading the news is inherently better than listening to people. I think if you take the time to find people who you can legitimately trust to relay that information to you, and then you use other people who you also trust to double check where those biases lie, I personally think that is better. I think there's more information. I think you get a better perspective. And instead of just reading what some non-journalist wants you to think, then that person who you already know where their biases are because you listen to them talk every day. It doesn't have to be Tim Pool, even if it's David Pakman. As dishonest as he is, his dishonesties. But if he were to write an article, how would you know? I mean, as easily where he's being facetious, where he's acting in bad faith. How do you know that stuff? So I just don't. No. And the last real journalist I knew of was James O'Keefe, and they just kicked him out of Project Veritas because he was doing too much news, I guess. Byron says, I got some bad news for you. Project Mockingbird has been alive and well for 60 years. Real journalists don't last long, usually get unalived when they discover something they shouldn't, like James O'Keefe and Pfizer. Harley says, anytime you read something, pay attention to the language they use. Know and understand the meaning of the words they use. That's how you can find bias and misinformation. Very few people do that. And so this goes back to, what me and Justin Cog were talking about, that we agree, but the thing that Destiny is saying, the things that Blaine and Anirudh were saying in that stream about, how reading is inherently better. It's about this stuff. Whether you read something or listen to somebody, you have to pay attention to the language that they use. Whether you're reading or listening to somebody, you have to know and understand the meanings of the words they use. It's the same thing. It's not about the medium. It's about the content. It's about the person. And so, exactly, if you are just reading CNN articles all day, according to Destiny, you'd be more informed than if you listened to Destiny.
Even if you fucking read shit like Breitbart or Fox News or New York Times, whatever you read, just don't read just the headline. Just read the full article. Articles today are written to be read in like 4 to 6 minutes. They're usually like 6 paragraphs.
So doesn't that kind of seem incomplete? If you can read the entirety of all of the information you need in an article and it takes you 4 minutes, and then whatever pundit makes a 20-minute video about it, comparing that article about the same issue to 3 other articles, how is that worse? It's not, is it? I definitely agree with just a cog here, and I think everybody else does too.
These are like shorter than most of your high school English writing assignments,
but yet they're way better than a deep dive on YouTube.
They can be
coming from a YouTube streamer, being Destiny.
Read very quickly. Just read the full article, and as long as you're doing that, you're getting way more information and context.
Yeah, read the whole thread instead of just the first tweet.
What?
99% of people, even if you read from media sources that I personally don't think are the greatest, you'll still be more informed. So if you're trying to get into
how can you make that claim though? How can you make that claim? Even if you read sources that I don't agree with, you're going to be more informed. If they're lying to you, all you're going to do is have more lies. This is a failed premise.
and you feel like really overwhelmed by everything, just like stop and just read an article for 4 to 6 minutes. If you do that, you will find that you have so much more information than you ever believed possible by just reading a 5-minute article. There were so many people I debated about the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff who would just say the wildest things about
I watched this was mind-bending to watch some of the conversations that you had about Rittenhouse.
Yeah, how many people are like, oh yeah, well, I mean, he's a white supremacist. He killed 2 black kids for no reason. I was like, none of the people killed.
And so I don't think I read one single thing about Kyle Rittenhouse. Didn't need to, because all of the information was distilled across the entire internet by people talking about it. And then I watched the actual trial. So maybe I didn't read anything about it, but I know a lot more than the people who think that he killed black people. Kind of puts a spoke in your wheel there.
We're black. The stuff that started, I had a debate with Sam Cedar over this, where the stuff that started it off was over the killing of Jacob Blake, right? The guy that got shot in the back 6 times by cops. That wasn't a killing. He's not even dead. But a lot of people think he is. If you say like, oh, remember the Jacob Blake shooting? Yeah. And Sam Cedar even started the conversation off saying, oh yeah, that guy that got killed by the cops. He didn't get killed. He's paralyzed, but he's not dead. Just read the articles, read the full articles as they come out, and don't trust 15-second video clips. I would never trust a 15-second video clip. If somebody's showing you a 15-second video clip, that is a highly edited, highly sensitive, and I don't care if we're talking about cops killing somebody. I don't care if we're talking about Andrew Tate being misogynistic.
Wait, you don't know who Kyle Rittenhouse is? The guy who was on trial for the self-defense shooting in the summer of 2020 after the Jacob Blake shootings? I think it was Jacob right? I think it was Jacob Blake. Yeah, that was like huge national news.
I don't care if you're talking about a Destiny clip of something I've said. 15-second video clips are highly sus. Try to just see the greater conversation where they came from. Find the original video, watch like a minute before, a minute after. Generally, when I advocate for media literacy, I'm just saying just read a little bit more. There's not going to be like a golden bullet, like that's going to give you all the good information. Very rarely will anybody lie. Almost nobody lies outright in the media. Usually they just tell you selective pieces of information. And if you read it all, you'll kind of get a feel for like what's not being said.
Yeah. One of the reasons that and I think that was all would benefit a lot of people a lot. One of the reasons that I don't do that is because I feel like when I watch the news, there is a selection bias. Like I'm going to be told about policing in America and not the war in fucking Africa. I'm going to be told what is important. And then there's a tremendous amount of how to think about that as well. Like if the race of the police officer is included, if Andrew Tate is listed as misogynist influencer Andrew Tate, like a lot of the secret thinking and interpreting is being done for me. So I've even, not rightly necessarily, just from my own perspective of liking philosophy, I think more than politics, have tried to step back and read books, the stuff that has been around for a long time to form general ideas, but
and I think that's a great way to understand the world and not be necessarily informed about issues themselves if you're talking about reading philosophy books, but you can understand how things are framed. You can understand how people operate. And Mike has a freaking bar here that says information is not what we're looking for. We are looking for truth. Bars. Yeah, almost nobody. Yeah, that was yes, that's Kyle Rittenhouse. It says ask questions. Question everything. You won't find answers to something if you don't ask questions. Love that. Infilm says, didn't the New York Times win some Nobel Prize on their reporting of Trump conspiring with Russia? Yep. And was it true?
Truly not know the specifics of who I ought to vote for, what is correct in this particular case with Jacob Blake, because it does seem like
Jacob Blake, that's who it was.
When most people engage, and I'm not saying this is what you're doing, and perhaps this is your frustration with other people, is there's just ego games that are being played in this political arena where it's like, oh, you didn't know. And it's particularly, I think that streaming falls victim to this, which is it really is, from my eyes, a lot of the debates become who can look tougher, who can win the debate with some sort of an ego game. And I have sensed your frustration with that at times. Just the person who often is, does want to read the article or is adjusting their opinion over time. And I've just sort of elected to not play the political game, except to view it from a meta level of like, what does this tell me about who this person is and what their issue is with their mom or dad? It's where I often land.
I think for a lot of, when it comes to ego stuff, so here, like when you're growing up, we all learn how important it is to be like unbiased. I don't think that's right. I think that what you have to learn is it's important to acknowledge your biases. You can be biased. You should be biased. I am biased in favor of my wife. If she tells me something, I'm probably going to believe her over a stranger because it's my wife, right?
Bias is not inherently bad. Bias is just a thing. It's something that we experience. The problem is when people don't understand or can't see the biases and take the biases with the truth. If you can understand, oh, okay, this person hates Trump. So if they're talking about Trump, it doesn't mean that they can't give me accurate information. I just have to understand, as they were talking about in the beginning of the conversation, the lens through which they're viewing this information.
I'm biased against certain types of people in the media because I know they've told lies before. I know I'm not, if James O'Keefe and Project Veritas come on the video, right? I'm probably not going to trust that initially, right? When you're doing homework, the important thing is not to go, okay, I'm going to be unbiased. It's to acknowledge your biases. Sometimes when I do research on stream, I've done this before in the past where, especially over a lot of vaccine related stuff, I was going to put on a Joe Rogan podcast. I'll go to put on a Joe Rogan podcast. And I write at the time my notepad. I was okay, we're going to listen for claims. We're going to write down stuff. We're going to research. And I write right at the very top, I do not like Joe Rogan. The reason why it's important for me, well, I don't like his takes. I think he's a cool guy, but I don't like a lot of his takes. I don't like vaccine stuff. The reason why it's important.
Exactly. You didn't have anything against Joe Rogan until the Rona stuff. Nobody did.
For me to write that is because I need to understand that I am predisposed towards him saying something and me outright disagreeing with it, even for no good reason. Whenever you're going to start listening to something or you're going to start reading something.
So this is why I used Destiny. So the actual podcast between the two of them was a little bit longer, but I used this video because of stuff like this. So he was talking about the Joe Rogan stuff, and instead of just us, what? You better be joking, son. You better be joking, son. So this gives us a little bit better picture of what he's referring to.
I am predisposed towards him saying something and me outright disagreeing with it, even for no good reason. Whenever you're going to start listening to something, or you're going to start reading something, reviewing something, you need to be aware of these biases so they don't poison your ability to understand the material. I
think I just said that, right?
have to know for myself that as I go through this, I don't like Joe Rogan, okay? That doesn't mean that every single thing Joe says is wrong, though, okay? He might say some things that are factually correct. You cannot let your personal dislike of somebody taint your ability to understand what are otherwise rational and reasonable arguments. There might be a chance that Joe is going to bring up something that we haven't heard before, or that new evidence has come to light that shows that it might be effective. So
this is somebody who is outright telling us, I don't like this guy, but I want to understand the truth. As Anyfilm pointed out, it's not about information, it's about truth.
I have to be aware of these two things so that when stuff comes up, I don't just let my mind automatically go to, oh, Joe said that he's wrong. No matter what they say in the video, these two prevailing biases are going to carry us through the entire video. The most important part of watching anything is to be aware of our biases, okay? There are two different aspects to an argument that make the conclusion true, right? I might find myself in the middle of a podcast with Joe Rogan saying things like, oh yeah, like, I think sometimes, 1 + 1 = 2. And I'm like, that's not true. It doesn't always, non-Euclidean geometry, maybe. And it's like, at some point in the stomach, it's like, hold on. Are you disagreeing with this guy just because you don't like him? Or do you actually have like some merit to the disagreement? Because there are people that say things that are really, that they say a lot of dumb shit, but sometimes they say stuff that's true. And yeah, you just got to be really careful about that. So yeah, I think it's important to acknowledge the biases you have, and then when you are doing research, doing homework, reading articles, just be aware, like, okay, I don't like this Trump guy. I don't like this Biden dude. And when he says something, I might be a little bit more poisoned against that statement than I would be otherwise. So I need to be extra careful not to fall into all of the little mental pitfalls.
Hey, shout out to Melina.
Analyzing this person's speech.
Sure. One of the, you mentioned unconscious bias, and I went to thinking, because I hear that in terms of race. I think one of the things that is tough to do that I've tried to catch is when people are talking, I think that some people, myself included, can have an intuitive sense that they are not following, but not be able necessarily to accurately determine where or why the jump in logic is occurring from that other person. So this is actually something that occurred with me with unconscious bias. When I would listen to that stuff, I was like, this isn't sounding right to me. And where I landed was, oh, there is a tremendous amount of unconscious bias. I mean, I carry unconscious bias about everything, race included, gender orientation included, all of those are in there. But to reduce unconscious bias, or to elevate those, 3 pillars to the most important unconscious biases I have, is not true for me. And I know that from exploring some of my biases, which is I have far deeper biases against all different things than that.
Interesting. Hey, we got Jay in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome to the party. Little late, that's all right. Better late than never. Glad you are here. We are talking with Charlie from Charisma on Command, and he had Destiny on his podcast, the Dropping In Podcast. Welcome.
So I don't know. That just came to me as you were discussing unconscious bias. I don't know if you have a reaction to it. Not that you need to.
Yeah, that's the whole other trip of my life. I did a lot of drugs.
I want to talk about that.
I said, me too.
Oh
yeah, sure.
That's where this exploration came from.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, the same here. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about some drugs.
I think when I'm prior to doing way too many mushrooms, if you would have asked me, I would have said that like 95% of your thoughts are pretty much kind of in your control, and you've got 5% is underneath. This is underlying like mood or vibe that's influencing your thoughts. You got to be really careful that you don't let that 5% throw off the other 95%, because that'll.
Bye, bro. Wait, what the fuck? That was supposed to be a short little.
Messed you up real bad. And then after doing a lot of drugs, I almost completely flipped that, where I'm like, I think like 10 to 20% of your thoughts maybe are like in your control. And you've got like 80 to 90% of this mood underneath that you need to be hyper cognizant of, because it can hijack your entire cognitive system before you even realize you've had a thought and poison you against something. So but that's what the hell goes off to a different area. But yeah, I think it's really important.
Let's go off in that direction.
What's going on? I completely agree with that. I'm actually gonna make a poll. Hey, really quick, we got the honkening in the building. What is good? What is good? says 5% is in your control of the conscious mind. He got it the other way around. And that's what I want to ask you guys. Because I kind of agree with a Destiny post psychedelic trips. And there's just so much that goes on in our minds that we don't have control of, starting just with your breathing and your heartbeat. I mean, you can try to stop breathing, but you can't suffocate yourself, and you sure as shit can't stop your heartbeat. So let's see what you guys think. How much of your mind is conscious? So that would be so let's do 10% or less. Let's do 10 to 50. Do 50 to 75. Or actually, and then we'll do 75 to 90. Can I add another one? No, we'll go. We'll just do 7 because I think we can all agree it's not 100%. So, all right. How much of your mind, in the way that they are talking about it, how much does this? How much do you think? So before you answer, let's back this up a little bit and see what he actually said.
Careful that you don't let that. If you would have asked me, I would have said that like 95% of your thoughts are pretty much kind of in your control, and you've got 5% is underneath. There's this underlying like mood or vibe that's influencing your thoughts. You got to be really careful that you don't let that 5% throw off the other 95% because that'll mess you up real bad. And then after doing a lot of drugs, I almost completely flipped that, where I'm like, I think like 10 to 20% of your thoughts maybe are like in your control, and you've got like 80 to 90% of this mood underneath that you need to be hyper cognizant of, because it can hijack
I think,
your entire cognitive system before you even realize.
Oh my God. Whatever. I'm not going. So I again, after listening to it, I do agree that there's so much more. I don't know if it's 80, 90, but I would probably say, in this poll, I would say probably 50 to 75 that it's well, it's meant to be just a vague question. It's not, nobody's nailing you down on what you say here. It's just, a thought experiment. But I'm thinking that especially if you've never done any psychedelics, there's a whole world of your life that you don't understand. After the first time I did acid, I was like, oh, everybody should try this at least once. After the second time I did acid, I was like, oh, you really haven't experienced what life is until you walk through this door. It's like being in a house and staying in one room or two rooms the entire time, when really it's a huge mansion. Our brains are that mansion, and we're stuck in a small portion of that. That's just my opinion. Why is this not working?
Had a thought and poison you against something. So yeah, but so
that's working, but this isn't working. Wonderful.
It goes off to a different area, but yeah, I think
let's go off in that
direction.
Sure. So it's for me. So I've also done psilocybin. I've done some MDMA. I've always done it in pretty regulated environments, often with like a therapist guiding.
Okay.
And I'll give you just an example. I have this podcast. I'll sometimes talk about politics, but usually from a sort of a meta perspective, like I said, because I don't know how to engage with the specifics of it. But I have this thing about the New York Times, and I can always point to this story was fucked up or this thing was fucked up. And in one of the trips that I did, it came to me that my the root of this, why I am predisposed to have an issue with them, is that my dad, I remember, would always listen to the New York Times and not to me. And it fucking pissed me off. So I remember I told him about Jordan Peterson 3-4 years prior to the.
So this goes directly to what we were talking about with reading versus listening to stuff. So if you have somebody who has read that same New York Times article, but also 10 other articles on the same thing, you're better off, as we've just seen.
The New York Times running an article, and that guy was just a kook. And then he shows up in the New York Times, and all of a sudden, I got to check this guy, Jordan Peterson, out.
Any Film says, why would the human mind need psychedelics to reach 100%? I don't know why, but it absolutely is the case. There is no question. There's no question that the experiences that you will have on whether it's mushrooms, meh, but certainly LSD. I've never done DMT, but I cannot wait. And I don't know why, but and I didn't say 100%, but there is just like I said in the analogy, you are living in a mansion and you are relegated to 1 or 2 rooms. It is only these psychedelics that open the other doors. I don't know why, but that is what it is.
Out. So seeing that process play out for myself so many times where I feel like I have these intellectually, rationally grounded perspectives and values about what is important and what needs to be paid attention to, only to have it revealed that these
Only
are
half of you gonna vote? Come on, just vote.
highly personal things relating to my past desire to be loved and accepted inside my family and inside my group of friends was highly influential to me. And I'm curious because I watched a video where I think you did like 10.5 grams of mushrooms or something insane.
Yeah, it was really stupid. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So for reference, the average dose is about 2 to 3.5 grams. They call 5 grams of mushrooms. If you take 5 grams of mushrooms, they call that a hero's dose. I've done 7 grams in one sitting, like at one time. And it wasn't really life changing for me, just because I feel like I've been seeing that. I don't know, but whatever. It was. I think LSD is way more influential, but I think it affects different people differently. But it certainly, as I said, opens up these doors.
Have you unlocked those sorts of knowings in yourself? Do you understand why you are the way that you are from those sorts of things? I'd love to just like open that conversation up.
Yeah, unfortunately, most of those are like kind of personal revelations of like life and things that I care about in terms of like having other people that I love near me. It's not very intellectual. I get really lucky for the intellectual stuff. I took when I was in high school, I took an AP psychology class, and that class was probably one of the most important classes I've ever taken in my life, because basically it was just chapter after chapter after chapter of these are the reasons why you cannot trust anything that you believe, because you are loaded with so many cognitive biases. And
that's absolutely the truth. Honging says it's too powerful to get 100% control of your brain. There are limits placed for our safety, like how an OS will stop you from deleting system files. Muscles won't operate at 100% without adrenaline, etc. Great point. I mean, this is a good lead into why indie film or the question that indie film was posing, that why should we need that? I don't know why, but there are these stop gaps that happen that likely go back to, living on the plains of Africa and all that stuff. You have to remember, human beings haven't really evolved past that stage in our development. Like we got new technology, but we're still the same species. We're still, I mean, we've gotten taller over the last however many, I mean, not me, but we've gotten taller over the last how many hundreds of thousands of years. We've gotten generally smarter, but other than that, we're the same as cavemen. Just barely indifferent. I definitely agree with David here. It's not for everybody, but I think LSD is for everybody. Not medical advice. If you take it and go crazy, that's not my fault. But I just think it's I don't know. Because I think shrooms, it's so easy to have a bad trip, and like not a bad trip where you learn something, where you're just like, I'm not having a good time. Whereas on acid, if you have a bad trip, like you're dealing with yourself. You're confronting something that you were hiding from, and you learn from it. You come out the other side better. At least that's my experience. A lot of both. I wouldn't endorse everybody using them. Yeah, I mean, there are people who can't take it, but those are few and far between. And everybody thinks like, oh, I would freak out. I would not be good on that. Like, well, first of all, yeah, that's the point. And second of all, you could handle it. Nobody dies from this stuff. Some people do go crazy, yes, but for the vast majority of people, you feel weird for a few hours and then you come back to Earth. That's it.
We watched so many good videos. We went over the Milgram experiment, the Stanford
Arthur
prison
Ashe
experiment.
one is great too. We got
the
to rerun
Ashe
that.
line tests and everything.
We did that. We reran that. I mean, so many of these experiments you can't rerun nowadays. We did that, and it worked every time. In a high school, oh my god, it was insane.
And
so the Ashe
imagine
one,
if
for
it's
people
like,
who don't know, I'll just
Yeah,
quick
go ahead,
tell
yeah.
is there's this
Bro,
thing.
I don't even mind the taste. I'll just eat them. They people made it seem like they taste so bad. They just taste like cardboard. They don't really taste like anything. I like people who are like, I gotta put it on pizza. Like just eat it. But I would also just eat straight up Xanax bars, and they are disgusting.
Thing it's like an optical illusion where there's two lines. There's A and B, and they are the same exact length. And you sit a bunch of people in a row.
Have you
and
guys heard of this?
I'll just
Yeah,
quick
go ahead,
tell.
yeah.
There's this thing it's like an optical illusion where there's two lines. There's A and B, and they are the same exact length. And you sit a bunch of people in a row, and you have them publicly say which line is longer. And the first three people are plants, and so they say A, and the fourth person is the one you're doing the experiment on to see if they'll cave to that social pressure. And
So yeah, if you didn't get that, it's a bunch of people in a room, and there's one actual person who's doing the social experiment. Everybody else is actors. Then there's the person, like the proctor, leading everything, and they'll hold up a card. They'll hold up a card or a piece of paper, and it'll have two lines on it. Let's just do it. Oh, come on. So they'll have two lines on it like that. And, one of them is A and one of them is B. And they'll ask everybody which line is longer, A or B. And all the plants will purposely say that the wrong answer. Leading back in.
they did in our high school every time, which was
The
just
really
fascinating.
fascinating thing about that experiment was people cave when they have to stand up and answer.
Oh, they didn't finish it. So the point was, the one person, the one person who is actually getting the test, even though everybody else is giving the wrong answers, and they can see that obviously the line that everybody's saying is shorter, they still will say the wrong answer to fit in. Okay, I've had some pretty dry ones. So this is what, so in this experiment, then we would say, so if I was the proctor, I'd be like, okay, which line is longer? And then all of you said A. And then it would make indie film here feel like, do I have the right answer? And there is a inherent mechanism, I don't know exactly what it is, but to want to fit in. And as far as our brains are designed to protect us from certain things, mainly from ourselves. There's a reason you can't bite off your own fingers. Remember being in the womb or specific details of trauma. Well said. Well said. But just to tie boat on that, the point being, it's people who are just going along to getting along, and people will do anything to be part of the group. Hawking says, I would never fall for that. I go against the grain all the time. I don't give an F. That's why I am unjabbed. A bunch of us here are. I don't know if anybody here is. I mean, there might be a couple, but most of us are. And I think that too. I would love to be part of some of these experiments. I think they're about to talk about another one. If not, I'll bring it up. But it's just like, because I studied this in in school. It's standard for any kind of psychology stuff. And it's just like, really? Really? You're doing that? It's like, if they don't get into it, real quick, it's same kind of setup, but instead of, a proctor, it'll be a bunch of people in a waiting room for like a doctor or something. And again, one person is there, and there'll be 3 or 4 actors. And so they'll like ring a bell or play a tone or something, and all the actors will stand up. And one person's like, what the hell is going on? And then they'll sit down, and they'll ring the bell again. And the 4 actors will stand up, and the person over here will be like, I guess I should stand up. And then after a while, every time the bell rings, all 5 will stand up. What's even crazier is that you can start swapping out the actors for more actual participants, and you can get all the way to where you have 5 legitimate participants. And if you keep it going, then all 5 of them will start standing up on the bell and have no reason. They'll have no reason. They did this experiment with monkeys, and they would put a banana. They put, let's just say 5. They put 5 monkeys in an enclosure and a ladder that leads to a banana or food or whatever. But every time a monkey goes up to get that, they'll spray the rest of the monkeys that didn't climb up with a hose, with cold water. So now every time a monkey goes up, then the other monkey's like, no, chill. And so they'll get violent with same thing. You switch out the one of the monkeys who saw the hose happening. Stop using the hose. The monkeys will still beat up a monkey who tries to go up and get the food. But again, you can switch out all of the monkeys, and now you have an enclosure full of monkeys who have never been sprayed with water, but will beat up a monkey for climbing up to try to get the food, and they have no idea why. People are people. David's out. Thank you so much for hanging with us, brother. I really do appreciate it. You have a good night. What did I miss here? Yeah, definitely sounds like CNN viewers. Exactly. Well, I can't say that out loud, but yep. How's Milgram fake? They've done it many times. Nope. Drop some sources on that. I would love to hear about this because the Milgram experiment, the Stanford experiment, those are all very well replicated. Hey, we got Carbon in the building. What is good? Welcome to the party, brother. Glad you are here. We are talking about drugs and stuff with Charlie from Charisma on Command and Destiny. Real experiment is how can you control by educating them using fake experiments? I'm asking. I've done the research. I'm asking. You're saying there's new information, so I'm doing a live show right now. I don't know if you noticed. So I'm just asking you where you found this information.
When asked to write answers privately, and they didn't reveal it to the rest of the class,
This
they
is still the AB
caved.
The AB thing.
We didn't see that.
Still caved.
Fascinating.
That was with private answers.
Yeah.
So and now
it actually affects what they believe is what
Yeah.
that seems to imply. It's not just I'm trying to fit in. It's I am so deeply trying to fit in that I can trick myself about what I am seeing, which is, I mean, that has
maybe either trick yourself
implications.
or the societal pressure is still big. Even if people can't judge you, you're still judging yourself. Yeah, I don't know which one it is there, but it could be both. But it over something so simple as like a line, like whether one is taller or shorter, like if it impacts us that much there, imagine on more complicated social dynamics how much we're being influenced and pressured by people around us. So I try to be really careful. I try to be aware that I have a ton of biases. I'm going to hear things that I want to hear. I'm going to remember things I'm going to want to remember. I'm going to discount people.
What the hell is going on? I'm trying to Google it right now, and my whole thing just froze. Struggle streaming. Why does it always have to happen to me? Come on. Why? All right, where are we? 5:52:33. Oh, Jesus. The struggle stream. See what you did with your lies. I should have just asked ChatGPT. Really? Is this gonna be it? This might be the end of the show, guys. Come on. Stick with me, guys. You don't get it working.
People that I want to discount. I want to be really egotistical or arrogant about my own beliefs. I try to be fair to myself too. Like if I'm arguing with somebody and they're proving me wrong on something, like it's very rare that I'm going to change my mind in the moment. That's incredibly rare. I don't expect anybody to do that.
I think this is part of it's the image because he like cut this up. Like I said, the original podcast was longer, so he's probably just using this still for something. Come on, bro. What the fuck? I don't all this money for a brand new computer, for the best internet, for the fucking everything. And then this. The mouse isn't working. All right, you know what? If you guys will stick with me, we're gonna do this one more time. We'll hold on. All right. And cool. Okay. All right. So let's get rid of this. So this is a live struggle stream. Oh, because it's got a freaking, the computer wants to update. Well, if anybody has some questions while I'm getting this set up, let me know. Questions about my life? Questions about your life? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. This really helps right now. Morty, Indie Film is coming through in the clutch for us. Come here. Actually, since I'm mobile, could do this. Eat it. You get it? Here. Ready? There you go. Yay, good job. Thank you so much, Indie Film. Thank you. Yeah, we're restarting now. We're coming through. Give it 30 seconds. And hopefully my mouse will work. So then everything will be perfect. All right. We got it open. Bro, The Last of Us is so good. It was freaking weird. Like episode 3 was a little, but it was really, really cool. Perfect. Okay, we are back in business. Boom, 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 baby. All right, I'm gonna mute this for. All right, and we are back. Oh, let's get rid of that. Okay, take 2. Thank you so much for sticking around, guys. That and especially Indie Film giving me that right there. And so let's get to some of these questions. So again, thank you so much. Let me fix my hair. But yeah, The Last of Us is awesome. I played the game way back when. Here, go sit down. Go lay down. This is from Indie Film. Thank you. Yeah, The Last of Us is dope. It is. I played the game way back in the day. And I don't really remember it, so I have the benefit of kind of knowing where the story goes, but not really I don't really remember it, so I'm watching it as if I'm watching it for the first time. Okay, so we're jumping right back in where we were. Let me just see. Yeah, right, that's probably what it was. Gene pairing guess Milgram had manipulated the results, and that there were a troubling mismatch between descriptions of the experiment and evidence of what actually transpired. In a 2004 issue, the Journal of Jewish Currents, Joseph DeMau, a participant of the 1961 experiment at Yale, wrote about his early withdrawal as a quote-unquote teacher. Suspicious that the whole experiment was designed to see if ordinary Americans would obey immoral orders, as many Germans had during the Nazi period. Jay is leaving. Thank you so much for stopping by and sticking with me and dropping that question and giving some content while getting this all figured out. And thank you, Harley, for getting all of this information. In a book review of critical of Gina Perry's finding, Nestor Russell and John Picard take issue with Perry for not mentioning that, quote, there have been well over a score, not just several replications or slight variations on Milgram's basic experimental procedure, and these have been performed in many different countries, several different settings, and using different types of victims. And most, although certainly not all of these experiments, tended to lend weight to Milgram's original findings. So, I mean, that kind of sounds like it's legit, no? I don't know. All right, so let's back this up a little bit. Thank you guys. Thank you very, very, very much for that, Harley. I appreciate the deep dive. Definitely we can talk about that a little bit more in Discord if we like, but let's get back into this, finish this up, and get the F out of here. Oh, Jesus, come on.
So, yeah, I try to be really careful. I try to be aware that I have a ton of biases. I'm going to hear things that I want to hear. I'm going to remember things I'm going to want to remember. I'm going to discount people that I want to discount. I'm going to be really egotistical or arrogant about my own beliefs. I try to be fair to myself too. Like if I'm arguing with somebody and they're proving me wrong on something, like it's very rare that I'm going to change my mind in the moment. That's incredibly rare. I don't expect anybody to do that. I don't expect anybody I debate to do that. I don't expect anybody ever to do that. But I'll try to like reflect on conversations I feel like didn't go very well over the next few days because I'll have some distance temporally from the conversation. So I can kind of rethink about things. I'm not as emotionally invested. And then I can kind of like change up based on how I feel like the conversation went.
Oh, Divine and Broad with the struggle support. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, brother. It is, you guys don't understand how, yeah, you get a double. You get a double. Say thank you to Divining Rod, the new sponsor of the stream. But yeah, I know for like that was, how long was that? That was probably like a grand total of 1 or 2 minutes. In my mind, it felt like 5 years. And it is just so it's so scary to be like, because you can't do anything. Like if the show goes down, then if the internet goes down, like you're screwed. So thank you so much, brother. I really do appreciate it.
Do I need to change my opinion?
Hey, the button's working again.
Yeah.
All right.
But
That's been a hugely important learning for me, just to hop on that, was there's moments in conversation where I feel if I push harder, the other person is going to build a fortress around what they believe. And if I just stop here and they are not forced to dig in, we walk away and come back, their position can magically transform without them having to do the ego work of it.
No. Are you kidding me? After all of that, we started the whole damn thing over.
Acknowledging that, you know, I had attached to this idea and then had to detach from it. So cutting persuasive conversation shorter than I used to has weirdly enough been a very effective way to be influential, as opposed to making them carve out their place and then assailing it, in which case they're not going to move at all.
Yeah, for sure. And that's a hard thing to do, especially as a public figure, because your audience wants you to crucify somebody every single time. But oftentimes it's not the most effective way to get them to change their mind on an issue. You want to give them a little bit of space to.
All right, I'm not opening another. I'm trying to reopen everything, and every time I open a new tab, it's doing
breathe in a little space to grow. I think that one of the benefits I have with a lot of people I talk to is I want to foster this feeling that I'm kind of like a safe landing pad to try out new ideas. Like if I'm having an argument with you, or if we disagree on something, you're like, well, okay, maybe this idea isn't the worst. I'm not going to jump in and be like, I told you, you idiot. This is why blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm not going to judge you for it. Like if you're going to entertain anything that I'm saying, I'm going to be really excited and happy about it. And I'll try to find a way to make it work kind of in your world, you know? I can't think of an example. Maybe I'm arguing with you about minimum wage and I want you to, it's like, oh, well, maybe minimum wage, I think it's bad for businesses. It's like, okay, but like, hey, maybe you're racist, higher minimum wage means Hispanics are probably less likely to get hired and illegal immigrants aren't going to get hired if we enforce that minimum wage really hard. So it kind of favors like native workers. Don't you like that a little bit, right? Like you're trying to like work with them and everyone's like, oh, okay.
Okay. I don't know, but it's legit. Like I just bought this $3,000 computer, so I don't know. It's the best thing that like for non-gaming, it is way more than I need. And I was running the show off of my laptop before this, so there's no excuses.
Is okay, try to be like, you always want to be like a safe place for a person to explore ideas and not have the feeling that you're going to jump down their throat or do a big like I told you so if you end up being correct on something,
For sure. So I want to go back for a moment, and if it's all too personal, you don't have to the your experience with psilocybin, what you took from it. Hey,
before we get into that, we got Tyler Smith in the building. Also, Alex Pickus. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming through. Welcome. I will never buy Apple products. F that.
To me, it is interesting. I don't know if you feel uncomfortable, but like you're a dad, you've got, I believe it's a wife, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
It
you've got
is
a
a
wife.
wife, yeah.
It is a wife. Sorry, that's a funny way of
Indeed, yeah.
phrasing that.
Well, technically, if she's non-binary, that is the proper way because they is plural. So what you really mean is it.
So you've got a wife, you're a dad. I'm curious what psilocybin has done for you, if it's affected those relationships or any of your other personal relationships. I think that stuff is truly more interesting to me than politics. So
yeah, sure.
there's
a big like 90-degree offshoot.
Absolutely.
We're talking about. I am a very independent person. I'm a very internally driven person. I don't need a lot of social validation to do what I do. It's been one of the things that's kind of helped me guide me through a lot of the streaming process because I can deal with a lot of hate online, and generally I'm not as affected as most people. And then I'm also like an independent person in real life. I don't need a lot of like other people driving me. I'm very internally driven. If I want to do something, I'll do it because I want to do it. I don't care about other people think about it generally. I thought that kind of that was like the master of my thought process, existence, or whatever. When I did a whole bunch of mushrooms, I think typically
The computer is only 2 months old. The computer's only 2 months old. There's nothing on the computer.
most people, once you get past 5 grams, you're dissolving a lot of these very fundamental processes that all kind of come together to make your conscious experience. And when you start to tear a lot of those back, and you are kind of like left seeing, you know, what's remaining, you're not keeping track of time very well. You start to dissolve this sense of self, which is hard to even explain.
Ego death.
You start losing track of your own thoughts. You start to lose track of a lot of memories. A lot of people refer to parts of this, depending on how far you go, as like ego death. Once you start to
That's on my laptop, bro.
make this journey into here, you get a lot of interesting thoughts that you wouldn't otherwise. And
So what he's talking about, this experience of being on mushrooms specifically, but in you know, so any kind of psychedelics, we have, you know, as Harley's talking about, there's so much that our mind does to create a constructed narrative of what your life is, how the world works, so on and so forth. And there's shortcuts and there's heuristics that your brain will use to show you a world that is that, as she puts it, will protect you from yourself. And so what these these substances will do is create a bypass of these walls that your consciousness puts up, and you lose the sense of being yourself. Like, I remember the first time I experienced ego death. I was sitting in the attic bedroom of a house I was living in with 7 other people. Quick tip: never, ever, 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 unless you're a real pro, do do acid or anything with more than 3 people in the house. We had 20, and it was way too many. But I was sitting there and just having a conversation, and I was sitting there, and I felt myself. I saw myself just kind of drift away, and I got to the top of the room, and then I zoomed out, and I could see the whole street, and I just kept going and going and going and going. And eventually I went out, and I was in space, and I could look in either direction and see like a physical film strip of my life. And I could, you know, scroll back and look at different moments, and it was insane. But it wasn't me, because you can't see that.
you get a lot of interesting perspectives that you wouldn't otherwise. One of the things that I kind of took away from it is when I came in, obviously I fought it a lot because it was my first trip ever, which was super stupid. And I was not ready for how intense it was. I thought it was going to be like smoking weed. Yeah. But one of the things I found out was that it was a really horrifying, awful experience to me. Because I felt like I'd broken through to the real reality. That like
Exactly.
yeah,
You
like
did.
reality is actually just me sitting here on a couch alone in the middle of the universe with no sense of self and no other people, and it's the worst thing in the world. And I wish that I could like take another drug to go back to. I'd rather fool myself into believing that other reality is true than wherever the fuck I'm at right now. Because
That is exactly how I feel about Christianity. That is exactly how I feel about, well, religion in general. But there is no going back. You're speaking of keeping yourself in one room of a mansion, thinking that you are on somebody else's plan, and this is Christianity. Breaking through that and realizing, like, oh, I don't necessarily like this. It was easier when I was just on somebody else's plan, and everything was watching. Somebody was watching over me, and all that stuff. Like, it's terrifying. It's terrifying. So yeah, maybe afterwards you can help me with this stuff because I don't really know about none of that. Any film says, should those testifying under oath be forced to take a psychedelic? No, you should never be forced to take anything ever. Yeah.
This is lonely and horrible. So I learned one thing immediately. The immediate thing I learned was that not all truth is good. I think that it might actually be the case that even
Interesting. I was looking for a point, and this is interesting. Hawkins says, I became Christian after being an atheist and doing acid. My question to you with that would be, how atheistic were you? Were you religious before? Because I feel like a lot of people who are legitimately atheists, if you don't have a conscious belief in God, you are an atheist. But a lot of people, I don't understand how you can do the work of losing your religion and walking away from your religion and then undo that, because once you see the I don't have a good example, but once you see things for the way that they really are, then it's hard to go back to a more comforting thing. And so I'm not questioning your your honesty or anything like that. I'm just curious as to, again, how much you looked into the actual claims of Christianity when you were an atheist, or if you were just kind of more passive. And then now as a Christian, it's more of a cultural thing than a faith and belief thing. Oh, we got an answer already. This guy's on it. Says, I was an agnostic atheist. I am as well. Saw it on acid. How do you know what you saw was God? First came around to the Eastern religion, then years later came around to Christianity. I believe in it all. That's not how Christianity works. So if you believe that Yahweh is the one true God, then you don't believe in like any of the other religions that are zero sum. So and again, every atheist is legitimately agnostic. Some might think that they are Gnostic atheists, and they might think that they know that there no God exists, but you can't know that. And so when you say you saw it on acid, what is it that you saw, and how do you know that that was God and not just the drugs? Let's go back to this a little bit. Yeah, he's talking about
horrible. So I learned one thing immediately. The immediate thing I learned was that not all truth is good. I think that it might actually be the case that even truth is instrumental, and that truth is only good so long as I can utilize it to make my life better. There might be some true things I could learn that I actually wouldn't want to learn. I'd rather be deceived. And in that sense, if that was the true reality, me being insane as a god in a universe somewhere with no other person to talk to, I'd rather just be like a normal person in this universe. Is way, way, way better. That was
I'll take that. That's like with the Matrix, going back into the Matrix and, eating the steak. And like, I know it's fake, but it tastes so damn good.
First thing I learned. And then something that I learned on another trip, which is a long story, but we accidentally took way too many mushrooms again, but I was more prepared for it that time. The second thing I learned was that the reason why that was so horrifying, to be alone in some crazy universe somewhere where everything was like very fucked and different and boring and horrible, was actually because I would have been totally alone. And the idea of like speaking to another person and they're all just constructs of my mind, and the idea of being truly in a place where I can't talk to another like sentient being, like that felt really horrible to me. So I learned that I guess like other people are actually very important to my existence. Even if I am kind of a loner, like having at least a few friends to talk to, or other people to bounce ideas off of, or other unique minds to connect with, to have a presence in my life is probably the most important thing to me. I don't think I could live on a planet with no other people, even if I had every other amenity available to me. So
ooh, that's an interesting one. Would you be able to live in a world with zero other people? World with zero other people. New poll.
No, I find that stuff super, super interesting. I relate to some of the ways that you've described your upbringing, which is like you played a lot of JRPGs, you got good at reading because of that. I remember I played StarCraft. You were I beat
Yeah.
the campaign on normal. I was not, I was
Okay.
not anything to be impressed
You
with.
beat the campaign, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah.
I did bitch out in the last fight against the Overlord. I got to be honest.
Okay.
I
All
got
right,
the
that's
Overmind
good to
rather.
know.
Wow.
But some of the things that we were saying, I wanted to ask, because you're talking about like connecting with minds. One of the things that has recently come to me through mushrooms is it sounds cheesy, but like a felt sense of myself as being more heart-based than head-based. And I'm
Mhm.
curious if that has been an experience that you have had through, getting older or any of these trips, or if it has been more logical thought sphere.
I'm still pretty mind-based, but the
Mhm.
heart part is a lot more important than I thought it was, I guess.
Yup.
Got it.
Still, still mind-based, but the heart part is way more important than I thought. That is as cheesy as that sounds, that is a very important takeaway from as to why people should, if it's appropriate for them, do these things.
Well, I hope you
drugs.
continue to do it, because it's been super valuable for me. Do you have any sort of like practice around it or anything like that? Or is it just, when you're with friends and it makes itself available?
What do you mean by practice?
me.
Like being in like a therapeutic setting, or?
Like I
a
will
medical
take a
practice, or-
microdose. I will microdose
Oh.
once a week or something like that and sit in the sun and meditate or something like that. Or I'll do a
No,
breath.
That's fun. That's just like fun. And I think Destiny's actually talking about to talk about a little bit of like a small dose if you're not trying to like trip balls. But that's fun. Taking a little bit and then just kind of having more fun doing normal stuff than you would. Just take a little bit and then watch an animated movie, and it's it's fun, but you're having a grand old time.
as much as I talk about it, I really haven't done it. I'd say I've probably had less than 20 experiences in my life of like mushrooms and LSD.
Same.
Maybe 20 or 30 if you include MDMA. So it's not like I'm doing it like all the time. Yeah, but my
Same.
experiences so far have been fun.
Cool.
After my first big one, I had to take like a year break from doing anything because it took me like a full year to get back to normal. To go from never having, because when I smoked weed before, weed wasn't even really psychedelic to me before mushrooms. They just kind of like made me like goofy and giggly or whatever.
Mhm.
And at 30 years old, to make it that far through my life, to do a
Mm.
full-on insane ego death trip worth of mushrooms, like totally broke my fucking mind for a solid 12 months. Like I had a lot of problems. I had death anxiety. I got weird mini like micro bouts of like depression and GAD, like these mental issues I've never had in my entire life before.
GAD is generalized anxiety disorder. I've not experienced any of that stuff. The period post, waking up after a night of tripping, the next few months is always a very positive experience for me. So that's very interesting that, and I mean, that's not uncommon for people to have to recover that way. But the way that he's speaking of it, it almost seems like he, again, he talked about broken through to the real reality, but he's treating our regular conscious living as the real reality in the way that he's talking about it. So I don't know if I agree there. Hey, we got Douglas Edwards in the building. What is good? What is good? Good evening to you, sir. Welcome to the party. You missed all the struggling, so we should be good, knock on wood, from here on out. But thank you so much for coming through. Glad you are here. Honking said, I've only had positive experiences, 100 trips or so, mostly acid. So I would agree. I'm probably around what Destiny's done, including I wouldn't include MDMA, like ecstasy or Molly, in psychedelics. Like there's a psychedelic aspect, but there's also a psychedelic aspect to cannabis, but they're not in the same category. So if we're talking about just shrooms and acid, I would probably say 20 to 30 different times, and 99% of them have been positive. But even the negative trips on acid, not on shrooms, I've never had that. The only bad experience I had on shrooms was the last time I did acid, and I was like, let me just take a square of shroom chocolate. That was not fun. But the bad trips on acid, as I was talking about before, because you're confronting something, you're learning something, it's always been super valuable to me. My second trip, the one that made me feel like everybody in the world should try this at least once, is because it provides a like some people will say, it's like 30 years of therapy in one night. It provides you, again, an avenue to deal with the things that it's your brain, that you're hiding from. And it's scary, which is why you're hiding from it, but you deal with it. And even though it is a quote unquote bad trip, you come out the other side and it's amazing. And the best thing that I can relate it to is roller coasters. I used to be terrified of roller coasters. I don't know how many of you will remember or how much you guys are familiar with like the Great Adventure. We had Great Adventure Six Flags in Jersey, and the tallest, fastest roller coaster in the world at the time, Nitro, was put in that Six Flags when I was in high school. I was terrified, but I was going with some friends, and I was like, okay, well, let's do some of the smaller ones, and then maybe I'll build up to that. And they're like, nah, don't do that. You're going to ruin the whole day. You're going to be scared of this all day. We're going right to Nitro immediately. And I was like, I don't want to do that. But they were like, trust me, do this, whatever. And so we went, and I loved it. It was awesome. And it was scary. But as soon as I was done, I was like, that was great. Let's go again. And I went front row. And that is a bad acid trip to me. Is that it's scary in the moment, but because of the contents of what you're experiencing, you wake up and it is all worth it. Monza says, these people read too many articles before doing drugs. I barely even read the warning label. Well, I'm one of those people. I like to do a lot of research. I'm a very heady person, intellectual when it comes to this type of stuff, and I'm scared. I'm scared of new stuff. So if there's something new, then I definitely want to do as much research as possible. So if you're doing both, then they're just you would think that they feed. Well, again, this is only my experience. The one time where I had super strong gel tab acid tabs, and it was shroom chocolate, which I don't think is the highest quality shrooms. And the problem was that because shrooms is more of like a physical body feeling, and for me, and LSD is more of a mental and emotional thing, it kind of brought me back. Like I was kind of, in my trip, and I can't, when I took the shrooms, because it was so physically based, it really brought me back down into my body, and that aspect of losing yourself wasn't possible because there was somebody whose stomach was hurting, and it was mine. So, I mean, I probably, if I had planned on doing both going in, I think it would have been in much, much, much better experience. But I was tripping balls, and I was just like, all right, well, why not? And I wasn't expecting it. So I would definitely do it again. I would try it again, but I would have to be prepared for it. I would have to take the day off and the next day off. Jessica Cox says, my favorite week was dosing every day. Life was beautiful, but that come down was hard. There's definitely a trade-off, but I've always felt a more like just general tiredness from psychedelics as opposed to a hangover like alcohol or anything like that. Monsa, so are you saying that psychedelic drugs should be given to people that are wanting to transition before they try any surgery? I would definitely be in favor of doing that. I'm not saying that legally, but I don't think that is a good idea to change your gender without doing any kind of psychedelics. That's a great point. Yeah, they didn't have the internet. They didn't have the internet when you started doing drugs. Well, you're a real pioneer then. Facts. When you without in this one room of the mansion of your life, of your brain, surviving ain't living. Love it, Jimmy. Jessica says, New Year's 2009 on a beach in Virginia Beach, full moon, staring at the clouds for 5 straight hours. Yeah. Love it. When you do an extended trip, it takes a couple days for your mind to readjust. Oh, yeah, because it's not just like it's more of a shorter or a longer half-life. I love drugs. Drugs are awesome. Where do we leave off here?
My fucking mind for a solid 12 months. Like I had a lot of problems. I had death anxiety.
Oh, yeah. I didn't have any of this.
Many like micro bouts of like depression and GAD.
For a year?
Like these mental issues I've never had in my entire life before. I did panic
beer?
attacks at random. I've never had a panic attack in my life. I haven't, thank God, for like 3 years. But up to 30, I'd never had a panic attack in my life. Even through highly stressed, I don't even know what it was like. And I just started randomly getting them. So it took a long time for my mind to like recongeal and settle and come back together, because that's a really dramatic thing to experience, not even knowing that whole world exists. I can't.
Yeah. So I just want to reiterate that sounds like he's using this base reality as coming back to reality when he just said which I agree with, that taking these drugs show you the real reality. So kind of speaking out of both sides of his mouth there.
I believe there are a lot of people that don't know that like psychedelic experiences exist when it's like such a crazy thing that is right there. You just need to like eat a mushroom to get there, you know?
Well, hopefully not 10.5 grams. Cause I mean, no wonder. I mean, that would have put me off of it forever.
First try, I recommend 2 for people, because sometimes people listen, just be responsible. 2 grams is a really good way to just like ease into it. You might not have a trip, but definitely see and feel things. 2 is good. And then 3.5 for like a full trip is like really good. And anything else I think is,
And setting.
Not medical advice.
Of course, which is like, who are you with? I've been fortunate enough to do it with professionals, but like,
I was with 20 people I didn't know. It was crazy. And the worst part was that everybody was just tripping out. And everybody had done at least 1 tab of acid. I did 1 tab of acid, and that's it. Everybody else did at least 1 more tab of acid and at least 1 hit of ecstasy. Not Molly, the old school ecstasy. At least 1. And there was people doing blow. So if you've ever done acid and you know the progression, you get in your stupefied stage where everything's just funny and you're like, oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, that looks weird. And then you kind of, as you're coming down, you get into a little bit more of an intellectual phase where you want to kind of understand what just happened, what's happening to you, and how you're thinking about all this stuff. But depending on your dose, the timeline of that is going to be very different. And so because I took the smallest dose, I was the first one to start coming down from the stupefied stage and into the intellectual stage. Well, everybody's just like, oh, whoa, look at that. And I almost cried. I went to the basement and I had to call my friend from home. This is my college friends I was tripping with. I had to call my friend from home. And I was like, bro, I don't know if these people are real. I don't know if I'm in this planet anymore. I think I'm dead. It's like, bro, you're on drugs. Go upstairs and dance. I was like, what? Go upstairs and dance. I was like, all right. Went upstairs, dance, had a great night. That's how you deal with that. Well, it says, to me, it sounds like he has never done them and just did some reading on the interwebs to tell the truth. Now, I'm pretty sure he streamed one of his trips. So he definitely he definitely has done it. Hey, Jimmy Dean with the 420. Thank you so much. I love that. Morty boy, we got a treat for you. There you go. Come, people want to see your treat. Come. Good boy. You're holding up the show. Let's go. Come on. Up. Yeah, good boy. All right, I'll give you an extra one since you had to get up from bed. And Jimmy used a funny number. Yay! Thank you so much, brother. Really do appreciate that.
Are you with friends that you trust? Are these friends going to fuck with you if you start to see, like that's kind of an important thing because
that's the worst.
If you're not, is there someone there who you trust that will not fuck with you, that will take care of you if you're feeling scared, or at the very least reassure you that it's going to be okay? That can have a very, very positive or negative impact if it's not handled in the right way. So, there's your PSA. One of the things that I wanted to ask about, and of course I could go on mushrooms forever, but I mentioned your son. How old is your son right now?
11 years old.
11. So he's getting to that age, and now we can take it back to everybody. He's getting to that age where like girls might start to become a thing. Sorry.
Wait, there's all sorts of weird, dude. We had a thing recently. I didn't even know what the answer was, and I'm like the internet guy, and it was so weird. So we found out. I'll do this for this podcast, but I really need to think like how much do I want to share about my son's life online, because he's like an adult. He's not an adult. He's getting to a real person. It's kind of weird to share, but like basically the abbreviated version was he was having conversations with a girl online. And they were getting pretty personal. And my thing, especially as like a little e-celeb, is like, we got to make sure you're not getting catfished. And I had no idea how to tell him how to figure that out. Because for me, if a girl messages me, my first question is like, okay, hold on. How old are you? So if you're under 18, we're not talking. Okay. Number one is how old are you? And the second is like, okay, well, I need to make sure you're a real person. I need like a picture of you, or I need to see like an Instagram history. Like I need to see that you're like a real life person, not like a random dude trying to like do weird stuff with me or whatever. But for like 11-year-olds, you can't really do that. They don't have Instagrams. Asking for pictures of people is kind of weird. I still don't have the solution. I don't know what the answer to that was. I just told Nathan that, your mom might go through your phone sometimes. She might ask me questions. She might go through stuff to figure out what's going on. But like, be careful. Don't send anything you don't want on the internet, because you don't know what's going to happen. The navigating those things today as a person is really difficult. And then I think back to my childhood, and because I'm a guy or because I'm autistic, maybe it didn't matter as much. I talked to hella pedophiles on the internet when I was growing up. But it was just like funny for me. But like, I remember having like phone sex with a woman that was like 35 years old when I think I was like 14. And I thought at the time, I thought it was really cool. And I was like, retrospectively, probably not the best thing, probably not good. But yeah, I'm like, damn, back then I didn't care. But the internet's a scary world. And you either like develop this intuitive sense of like how to navigate in a safe way, or you make like mistakes that maybe, ruin the rest of your life, I guess. I don't know. But
do you, so I don't, sounds like no. Do you think that had any sort of adverse effect on you? Like the 14-year-old talking to a 35-year-old on the phone?
I mean, I'm sure it
sex?
probably did. I'm sure it all. Yeah, the person I developed, I think that my life has been like falling into better things. Like, well, it was falling into really bad things and then falling into really good things. I got really lucky in like my development, I guess. Like, I grew up where my parents were very busy, so maybe I was like a little bit neglected. But like as a result of that, I got to play lots of games. Nobody bothered with me. I grew up very independent. I didn't need my parents to come to my band concerts or whatever because I played music because I enjoyed it. I was very self-driven. I got a lot of like technology experience. Like I was able to figure out streaming very early on. Because of how much I knew about like software and stuff. Like, so all of it kind of worked out in the end for me because of where I was. But I mean, I guess if streaming wouldn't have existed and I would have been stuck carpet cleaning, I'd probably be giving you the opposite story right now that my life sucked. And
it all turned from that 14-year-old phone sex.
Yeah,
that
maybe,
was the day that it went south.
See that? 35-year-old women, you can, and this is a joke, save young boys by sexting them. That is a joke.
Well, okay. So one, it just occurred to me while you're saying that we don't have to go deep into this, but the experience of loneliness that you had on psilocybin, I connect everything to parents, but that's sort of how you might have described your childhood, as being sort of separate and not having those human connections and leaning into games.
I had human connections, just not family ones. I had because I made friends online and stuff that were important to me.
I said she, me too.
So I don't think I've never felt like lonely. I have like a very narrow or a very limited social circle. Like I don't need to share a lot with people just because that's the kind of person I am. But they're there if I need to. And there are some people. I'm never truly alone. I don't think I could exist truly alone. I would go like, I mean, like I'll tell you about like how, I'm like a lone wolf and blah, 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 blah. But like since the age of 17, I've been in relationships my whole life. I don't think I've been single for more than like a month or two. So like obviously like having at least one person in my life is pretty important to me, I guess, going by my track record. So
got it.
So I would say to the living alone, I definitely would not be able to, but I do live a very solitary life. I don't, if I'm at work, so I interact with people there. But if I'm not at work, I'm here either looking for videos to react to, or just watching videos that I want to watch by myself. And I don't really spend too much time in the dating world because I think so. Yeah, donation is a donation. It's sorry. What was I saying? Oh, thank you, Monta. Exactly. So the solitary aspect is really broken by you guys. The fact that I have this place to come and talk to you guys, specifically the guys in and ladies in the Discord server, because it's 24/7, and I always know that I have a place to go where it's not even like I expect you guys to. Absolutely, Mansa. It's nice to have a place that even if I don't know that it's going to start a conversation or that somebody's going to directly respond, that I know that people are there because they care about what I have to say. And so once again, I want to thank you guys for just being here. You guys are awesome.
Got it. So let's take that. Your son. What do you? Well, one. I mean, what you're making me realize is that I think this is the plight of every parent, which is you are just like not prepared to teach your kid about the world that they're coming into, because it wasn't the world that you grew up in, where you're 11 years old and having to worry about like, is this a catfish? The phrase didn't even exist. Generally speaking, not necessarily 11, 16, 17, 18 as well. What do you advise young men? And well, this is two questions. You mentioned that the red pill guys think that the fall of Western civilization is because women have something. Do you think that we're at all a special moment in male-female relationships, or are they always kind of fraught and consent has always been unclear, or have things devolved in any sort of way?
I mean, I think every moment in our lives always feels like the most important moment in history, right? And it probably continues to be true. I'm sure there are some unique things. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are some unique things that are existing now, like the internet, but there's always been special problems presented to people. Yeah, I don't think I have any.
Yeah, nothing. It's not a unique. My instinct is, I look around the world. My initial reaction is, oh my God, misogyny is the worst thing in the, these male-female relations are completely fraying and it could be the end. And actually, for a friend who was writing a book called Mating Crisis, which takes not that hyperbolic of a belief, but the belief that the declining birth rate is a serious problem in these advanced nations, and it's occurring for all of these sorts of reasons.
Facts. It is definitely a problem.
But I tend to agree with you in that everything feels more intense than it is, right? It's always the worst moment in human history. And then you look back at World War II, kind of sucked more. Yeah. So
Guys, huge favor. You guys have been awesome. If you have not liked the video yet, please, please, please. That is the number one thing that will help this grow in the algorithm. And as much as I want the money, what I really care about is talking to you guys. And if you could help me out with that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
What is going on with this consent thing? I don't know. You saw the Atrioc story that sort of came out. So okay. There were a couple things.
So if you guys aren't familiar, Atrioc was the guy that he Twitch streamer, and he was doing like the thing where you could see all your tabs, and he had a tab open where he was watching deep fake prawn of one of his streamer friends girlfriends, and it was like. And he did a stream with his wife crying in the background. He's like, I was just like looking up AI, and it was like 2 a.m, and then there was just like, this advertisement, and like so many people clicked on it. I know everybody clicked on it, but I just wanted to see, like, for research purposes.
Very much can sympathize, I suppose, with the women who have, I can't empathize because I don't know what that would even be like, but it would fucking suck to have those images of you, to receive them, to have them sent to your family, etc. Some of the takes I thought were a little underdeveloped. So, for instance, Pokimane was like, "Don't sexualize."
That's who Pokimane.
People without their consent, and it seems like sexual.
Hold on, I don't know if I agree with that, because that's just
Pokimane was.
Yeah, so I don't know. Well, let's hear this. I don't know if I agree with this.
It's like, don't sexualize people without their consent.
Don't sexualize people without their consent. I don't think I could. I don't think I agree with that. Like, if I'm thinking about something in my own mind, regardless of what that is, as long as it doesn't extend to bad behavior in any context, I don't see why that's wrong. Now, I'm certainly not saying post about it. I'm just saying that is sexualizing. Yeah. So as Jimmy Dean said, don't sexualize people openly without their consent. I like that better. Damn the guy's eyebrows. What's wrong with his eyebrows? They're kind of long, I guess, but I didn't really notice. Your thoughts do affect everything. That is true. Jessica Cox said that doesn't make any sense. Maybe more, don't use someone's likeness without their consent. Yeah. And Harley agrees. That's kind of impossible. Thinking about something and acting on something are two different things. And well, we've got consent from Kelly.
And it seems like sexualization primarily occurs in the perception of someone. So I don't know how that would happen without thought policing. I'm curious if you've thought of this, like what the hell do we do with deep fakes? How do we deal with this consent that is now where your imagination is able to be made into an image? Have you thought at all about this? Or
I'm a little frustrated that if we're talking about consent, we're talking about consent to think about somebody in a certain way, and not talking about consent for children to be able to mutilate themselves. That's the only conversation I care about. Or that's the first conversation I care about when it comes to consent. There is no higher reason to talk and care about consent when we have an entire swath of the nation feeling that it is okay for children to consent to these things.
Do you have any sort of insight?
Yeah, firstly, all of these conversations are cancer because it's all like devolved into like don't rape and don't be misogynistic. And like that's it. Nobody's like really having an in-depth conversation about anything. Something that I like to
I am, but y'all aren't talking about it.
To look at is I use two terms. I use sexualization and I use objectification. So sexualizing is when you view something as like sexual. That could be like masturbating to it, it could be imagining something, whatever the fuck. I don't think there's any problem with doing that to anybody. Knock yourself about sexualizing as much as you want. I don't think that's a problem. Objectification occurs, in my mind, objectification occurs when you make your sexualization of somebody their problem. So if I see a hot girl at the gym, like, damn, she's fucking hot, I like that. Like, that's fine. But if I walk up to her and I start like hitting on her or being really obnoxious, well, that's not okay because I've gone from sexualizing her to treating her like a sexual object. I'm like
Well, depending on what you look like, it's okay.
objectifying her. So I think sexualizing anybody you want is okay. Just don't like be creepy or weird about it. Don't like make them aware of it. Don't make it their problem, and don't act on that in a way that the other person wouldn't want you to.
So there's a thread of online red pill that says that creepy is a sexual advance that is just from a man who is undesirable. So like, how do if that is the case, which maybe you don't think it is, is there a better or more actionable advice than don't be creepy for those guys who don't know how to engage without triggering that creepy response?
Yeah, this is something I'm working on. Come back to me like fucking in June and I'll have like a better answer to this. But I need to. The problem is I'm pretty.
I want you. Do you guys understand? Do you guys understand what he just said? Come back to me in June. And when was this posted? 4 days ago. So he said, come back to me in June and I'll have an answer about this. When I tell you guys, you know, like we were just talking about like my sleep and all this stuff, the degree to which I'm constantly thinking about issues to bring to you, how to talk about the things that I want to talk about, what to talk about, what to do with it, what to change with it, all of this stuff. It's 24/7. And I guess it doesn't matter what level you get to. You're always thinking about this stuff. And I don't know if that is the nature of, you know, being the type of person that I am, or is the you know, the need for content or whatever. But he said, come back to me in June.
Pretty sure you probably develop a lot of your socialization skills probably by the time you're like 14 or 15. And then you kind of like iterate and refine on them going through high school and college. But like, if you're getting a guy that's like 22 and they're asking you like, how do I not be creepy? Like, bro, I don't know. Like, I can tell. I think if you're a socially adept person, you can tell immediately if it's creepy or not, right? If I go up to a girl and I say a couple things and she kind of like glances to the side, or she's got like the laser vision where she's just like looking on her phone and not talking to me, like I immediately like, okay, this person does not want to talk to me. Like I'm cringing at myself, and you walk away. But I've seen other guys that
I'm gonna murder.
will lean into those conversations so hard. It's like, bro, do you not see how fucking awkward this is right now?
Have you guys seen the videos with about Skippy? Alvin preached it a whole thing about them, and he is just so far gone. I do not understand how guys can be that creepy. I just did not understand. Rose said, creepy men can look like or be anything. Creepy is when you do unnatural or abnormal social behaviors. Fair, but there's many unnatural or abnormal social behaviors that women in general, maybe not you, but women in general, will accept from a guy that they feel is attractive, when that same exact behavior is not accepted because they're not attracted. Mr. Cog says, don't cold approach with going straight into hitting on a woman. That's where many guys go wrong. Fair enough. Yeah, you want to get a common ground first. Establish yourself as somebody that this person wants to talk to at all first. Then you move to the next step. Jessica goes on to say, one's body language to particular guys they like is very different. Guys suck at reading that body language. Yes, we do.
It's hard to coach somebody on like how to not be creepy. I feel like there's a bubble of awareness that you can have about how other people think or feel. And if you have that, it helps you socially. And if you haven't developed that, you're going to be lost at sea. Like I can tell pretty reasonably, like how good of a time is the person I'm with having right now? How do they feel about me? How do they feel about themselves? How do they feel about the night? This conversation I'm having, the stranger at the gym. Like I have a pretty good intuitive sense of like how they feel. I can talk about the body language towards me. Are they receptive? Are they laughing? Are they making eye contact? Or are they kind of like cutting me off? Are they being like very short, very curt, kind of like looking at their phone the whole time, not making eye contact, trying to like move around, right? Versus somebody's like trying to stand, but like but I can't give you like a list of these. Like there's like 15, right? It's just like a developed intuitive sense of like being around other bodies and being around other people and kind of figuring out like this person likes me, this person probably doesn't like me very much. I don't know how to sell that to somebody in like a 2-minute blurb of like, this is how you learn how to not be creepy.
You're making me realize. I mean, so I've got this channel, Charisma on Command. I did coaching. It started related.
Oh
to
shit.
dating.
Okay. Yeah.
And no, so I mean, you're actually just I realized that I actually had that highly developed. It was hair trigger sensitive to the degree where I was so shy. You know what I mean? Because I was, I creeped. Like I didn't want to talk to anybody because there was that fear. And the people who I was able to help were people like me who came with perhaps an oversensitive, you know, and it's like, look, you can hang in there a little bit longer. You could say hi. Like they're not immediately wanting to get rid of you. The people that I struggled with were the people that you're describing who did not have that and would just creep people out. And I did not know how to communicate to them. You got to get out of there. Like this is not going well. You are bothering this person. And it made me change the business and change who we focused on, because I found that what you're describing, if you did not come with some sort of intuitive sense some baseline intuitive sense. And we were instead working on shyness and overcoming that and being more confident. It was impossible for me, at least, to help you. And I don't have the answer to, for some of those guys who have been left behind, which I think is a shame, because we, like you said, we can't leave people behind just the same way we can't leave the homeless people. You leave this huge cohort of guys behind, or even a small cohort, it becomes a problem.
That's a very interesting parallel of, the people being left behind in the homeless context, as well as the creepy dudes context. I definitely agree with you here, Harley. But from the guy's side, if you don't know the difference, then the difference between the two is not meaningful because you can't differentiate. And so I agree with you. As the recipient, it makes a lot of sense to you. But again, the what is desirable to a woman depends on who that guy is. Not entirely, but absolutely it does.
There are things that we do that become automated processes, and we don't realize how complicated they are. Like walking is incredibly complicated interaction between so many different, your proprioception of where your limbs are, the balance that exists inside your inner ear, all of these different muscle groups are coordinating. It's like walking is, you're not actually dragging anything. You're falling forward and catching yourself while lifting your back foot at the same time, and you're doing all of this. If you were to try to explain to somebody like how to walk,
did you guys have this this assignment in elementary school where you had to write the instructions on how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and then the teacher would follow your instructions to the T, and you always get it wrong because you would miss steps that you're supposed to do? And somebody would say, like, take a piece of bread, and so or take some bread, and so then somebody would take the whole package of bread. Like, put the peanut butter on the bread. So then they take the bottle of peanut butter and put it on the bread, stuff like that. So the what he's talking about applies to so many different things that we just take them for granted.
It's actually incredibly complicated. It wouldn't surprise me if there's more than like 60 or 70 different muscles from your toes to your shoulders in terms of like how do you actually walk. So like you either learn to walk and you do it and you coordinate all of it, or you can't. And then trying to explain that from the ground up is so complicated. And yeah, I want to think about this more because I don't like that I don't have a good answer, because the red pill guys will talk all day about, oh, you need to do this. And it's like bullshit. I don't think that works.
So Jessica says, guys seem to have a hard time distinguishing the difference because they assume it's about how they look, not how they're acting. But we're not assuming. We're not assuming. We are watching other men do a thing, and then the guy will replicate that thing, and it doesn't work. And then a third dude who looks better, like the first dude, will do the same thing, and it will be accepted. There's I mean, pick a famous, hot dude or whatever. I mean, Drake is the usual example, but whoever is in your mind. The stuff that they could get away with sliding into your DMs versus if I were to slide into your DMs, you're really gonna tell me that there are things that I could say that would turn you off, that you wouldn't let it slide if it was Drake? I'm not saying everything, but there's nothing. There's nothing.
But if I don't have an answer, I mean, why would you listen to me on it? Yeah, I don't know. I'll try to figure this out more, but I don't have a good answer. I just know that when I'm talking to people, I'm never thinking like, okay, I need to ask these 4 questions. I need to make sure that I maintain enough eye contact, but not too much that it's creepy. I need to laugh and touch your shoulder. I'm never thinking of that. All of it is like incredibly intuitive, to where like if you ask me like, how does this person feel? Like, oh, I think she's having a really good time. She likes my jokes. I'm paying attention. I've asked her really interesting questions. Like I just have like a back and forth that I feel very intuitively.
And that's similar to so many things. I mean, they have the expression like riding a bike. Because I missed this earlier. Oh, what's a pirate's favorite letter? Everyone thinks it's R, but it's really the C. Funny. But the expression, it's just like riding a bike, is the notion that there's certain things that you learn, and then through muscle memory, you don't forget. And so whether that is because of how you're thinking about things, or how you are physically doing things, it's not about the consciousness. And so that's why he brought up the walking scenario. Hey, we got Chester here. Good morning from down under. Welcome, brother. Glad to see you. We are talking with Charlie from Charisma on Command and Destiny.
And yeah, that's not sad. That's a shitty answer to anybody. Oh, you just got to feel it out, dude. Be yourself. Like that doesn't work. Because if that worked, obviously they wouldn't be coming to you for fucking advice.
Well, what I was luckily able to do, I mean, you're like, I never thought of it. I was like, oh shit, I fucking did. That was, I wasn't that in my head. But what I was able to do was I think I had a baseline of intuitive human understanding, but it was underdeveloped. And I had to think of one thing that I was going to do in conversation. It could only be one thing. If it ever became more than like, hey, I'm going to do this, and it became totally robotic and you lost that connection. But in terms of just moving one thing at a time, which is, I don't know, you're making shitty eye contact, like stop looking at your feet, or like make sure to stay in conversation with that barista or that Uber driver for one sentence longer than you feel comfortable for, because otherwise you'll just run away at the first sign of silence in a conversation. Like those little things over time worked very well for me. And I think they work well for our audience. But yeah, I have not been able to do the person that was starting from like, I don't get it at all. I cannot feel what's going on here.
I would love to see a reaction from like a Fresh and Fit, a Donovan Sharp, one of these fake guru type dudes, a reaction to this conversation, because or at least this part of the conversation, because we've been talking so much about how it's not the red pill ideology, the red pill things that are so terrible. It's the way that they are explained. It's the way that or the people that are explaining them. And I would love to see just what they think about this stuff.
Yeah, what you're saying, I mean, sounds like how you would train any skill. That sounds correct. You're not going to take a creep and turn them into a fucking suave, seduction artist one time. It's going to be with like, take a small fucking thing, and then like ingrain that so deep into yourself that you don't have to think about that thing anymore. And then we'll give you like another strategy, right?
Yeah.
Stop talking so fucking much in a conversation and let the other person answer a question, right? Don't try to cut them off. Like focus on that for like 3 conversations. And then the next one, practice complimenting something that's not creepy, right? Compliment something that somebody put effort into, not a body feature, right? So like your hair looks really nice is a lot different than like you have nice eyes, right? Or your dresses are like cheat codes for it. Anytime a woman wears a dress, you can always say, oh my God, that's such a cute dress. And every woman will like it no matter what, because they don't usually wear dresses, like stuff like that. Yeah. Building like little things like that into your repertoire and then practice them until they become second nature. So you don't have to think about them, because I would imagine at this point, or I could be wrong, but I'm guessing that when you talk to people, you're probably not going through all these checklists now because you already did all that. And now it's just kind of like part of how you interact with somebody, right?
So I want to address these. Well, I mean, I definitely agree with you here, Harley, and it means way more than 2 different types. And each person is their own individual, of course. But Just Cog says a confident guy and an insecure guy can say the same line and convey 2 different messages with body language, tone, etc. And I absolutely agree with you. The thing I don't think that women understand is that you inherently, and again, we're speaking generally, women generally have a better understanding of how to differentiate these from the beginning. And so if you are not, if you start from a place of, let's just say you start from a neutral place and you accidentally do something creepy, or undesirable. Now that is a data point. So now it's like, oh, okay, well, the thing that I naturally thought to do was wrong. So that is a legitimate insecurity. So it's easy to say confident and insecure, but these are not necessarily things that you have direct control over to just like turn a switch. It's definitely something that you have to build. And as they're saying, even as 2 people who are thought leaders in this space, they don't know how to tell people either. They know how to do it, but they don't know how to express it. They don't know how to say it. As it says, it's always been that way. It just seems more prevalent these days because it's posted everywhere on social media. Exactly.
Yes. And now it truly is. It is the cliche advice of be yourself is what I tell myself most often.
Like because you've crafted yourself.
Exactly.
Into,
and it's for whom am I giving advice? And it's like, because be yourself is the most obnoxious, shitty advice that you can offer to someone who is really struggling.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it's also the most deeply true. Sure. And so I feel like, I have tried, I will not take down the old videos, even though I might not give some of the same advice now, because I recognize that they are for a certain person at a certain time in their life. Though if you ask me today, I'm likely to say, take deep breaths, sit quietly with yourself, see if you can still your mind and be, but that's just not useful to somebody at the beginning of their journey.
Sure.
So you mentioned red pill. I mentioned red pill a couple of times. Would love to just touch on this. One of the things that a big moment that I enjoyed from your Fresh and Fit conversation with the guys was the 40%.
Girl in Kansas.
I'm so glad he put this clip in here. Y'all remember this if you haven't seen it. Oh man.
City. It's not getting flown out to Dubai.
Yes, she is, bro.
No.
Look at today.
You guys are wild. You guys are wild.
You're coping, man.
I just want to hear, for the record, for you 3 to answer this. What percentage of college women do you think are being flown around the world? I want to hear.
What percentage of college women do you think are being flown around the world?
From all
If
three
I
of
had to
you.
Very
argue,
little.
I want to hear.
off of like probability wise, if I argue, maybe like 30, 40, 50.
Holy
Not at all.
shit. I
That's
wanna
a
hear
high
for
number.
you- for
That's
you
a
two.
high number.
Yeah, no, let him answer.
So
Let
I
him
can,
answer.
so I can answer this question properly.
Uh-huh.
Does she live on campus and she's a college student?
Yeah.
Then she's going to go ahead and settle for the top guys on her college campus.
Okay, so geography, class. So the thing I said earlier. What if she's staying at home? Yeah, I said that people tend to date within their
But
like.
you got to
region.
remember, a typical university is going to have kids from all over the country.
Okay, say
of
it's a
different-
state school in Iowa. Are those girls getting flown to Dubai?
Off season, they can be.
Okay, 30, 40%. Is that what you said?
Well, globally speaking, but I'm just saying, like, for example,
That- you understand that's the actual number is like less than 0.1%, right?
Are girls getting flown out?
Of girls getting flown out to guys from normal
Very
girls.
little.
Very little.
It's
Very little.
very
I'm from Vegas and now in Miami. I've never done that.
Have you ever been flown out?
Motherfuckers
No.
are
You've never been flown out?
No.
Sneakers, wait. You never been flown out? What? And I'm guilty of thinking that it was, I mean, I wouldn't have said 30, 40%, but I was guilty of thinking that it was way more exaggerated. But I think it was Monza who said, that it's posted everywhere on social media. And so just a cog, this is exactly the issue that that we're all addressing, is the lack of self-awareness to understand how they may be acting weird. How do you get that awareness? We agree it's a problem if you lack that self-awareness. How do you get that self-awareness if even the guys who make a living off of having that awareness don't even know how to articulate how to gain that awareness?
Yeah, dude, my site made so many memes. There were pictures of like 50 planes
I have. It doesn't work. No, I'm just kidding.
like taking off from when everyone was like spring break, all the women flying to Dubai or whatever.
So it was you asked one of the hosts whose name I don't know.
Fresh.
You were talking about how many women are paid to go take boat trips with these men, and you're like, how many women from college?
What
or whatever?
percentage of women?
What
What percentage of college girls being flown out to Dubai? Yeah.
And he said 40%. And it was just like, oh my God, how do we continue this conversation at this point, given that we live in different worlds? It actually caused me to reflect. What I realized is that people enforce a selection bias onto those that they interact with. People that won't tolerate them get the fuck out of there. And, you go to a Miami club, perhaps it feels like, and maybe is true, that 40% of the women there have been on a boat at some point. So I think to his experience, that number is far closer, even though it is not representative of women in general of that age group in the United States of America.
Exactly. And that is why once you get past the basics of what specifically with Fresh and Fit, when they're talking about these red pill tenants and you understand the hypergamous nature and this and that, once you understand all of those things, then you can step back. That's it. You have to be made aware, and then you can implement those into your life. But the problem is that people get addicted to the other aspects of these shows. And that is why I cut off Fresh and Fit pretty early, but a lot of the other red pill guys, I considered myself a red pill guy. I tried to talk a lot about red pill, but I was just like, oh, this does not have the shelf life that I thought it does. It's just not, it's not tenable. Like, obviously not. Just a cog says, you start with self-reflection. First, notice patterns in how people react to you, then think about how you're acting to possibly turn people off. This is a woman answer. This is a woman answer. This means nothing. This means nothing to a man who doesn't understand what they are reflecting on. Okay, all that you know is that it didn't work. You don't get any information as to why it didn't work. You didn't get any information if you had tried that exact thing in that exact same way with another woman, would it have worked? You don't have that information. You don't have the information. Well, was she just not am I just not desirable to her? Or was that legitimately creepy, as your distinction that you made before? There's no way to tell. There is no way to tell. And so you either become an incel or you risk being creepy sometimes. There's no in between. There is no way in between.
And one of the things I think that this is, I guess, what a rabbit hole is when you fall so deeply into a group of people, whether it's Miami Club girls or Croatia Yacht Week girls or whatever, that you start making generalizations about women based on what seems to be the way that type of person operates. And that seems like what so much of the red pill is about. They're always looking to trade up. They're always looking to do this. And I have had some of those beliefs in myself busted as I have become a different person and allowed and attracted different types of women into my life that wouldn't be caught at that club, that wouldn't cheat on their boyfriend with a superstar athlete, that, whatever, for religious reasons or just personal shame or just not being interested.
Hey, we got Trey Williams in the building. What is good, Trey? Welcome to the party. So I think self-awareness comes from uncomfortable critiques within yourself, and you must be willing to accept the critiques and work on them. Again, I agree with you, but if the problem is awareness, then how do you know what to critique within yourself? There has to be a standard to understand what is going wrong. You can be very clear about the fact that I'm doing things wrong, but if you don't have a proper thing to connect it to say, oh, that's the right thing, then you're just, it's like, is 5 enough? Enough for what? I don't know. It depends. So I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying, but I'm telling you that, I mean, obviously it's yes, that's a great point. The problem with using buzzwords like self-reflection is that it's far too vague. It's kind of thing that needs to be fully explained. And that I as much as I hate when Chester will pick things apart, in this specific example, he is 1,000% correct that self-reflect. What does that mean? What does that mean? What is the thing to do when you're saying you need to self-reflect? Okay, I'm willing to self-reflect. How do I do that? I'm not saying me, because I've had well, exactly. So what is it if there's no standard to question yourself, then what questions are you asking about yourself? I agree that blaming others won't help. But that's the point, is that if there's no standard, if there's no right answer, and it's an individual thing, then what am I reflecting on? And I understand. And again, I'm not saying that you're wrong. What I'm saying is that is not helpful to those who don't understand. Oh, it says fresh and fit are hypocrites. Bad faith. Facts. You can't sit there and accuse and belittle women for their behavior when you do the same behavior and contribute to it. That is why I cut them out, except to make fun of them. But again,
and it's unfortunate, because I understand and have been adjacent to that world, how believable that shit is when you are deeply ensconced and involved in it, and how someone who comes from the outside is like, that's not true. It's like, well, that guy has never been to the club. He doesn't get it. He hasn't had sex with the women that I've had sex with, because they are all like this. So yeah, I mean, I had a lot of reactions in watching that. That was just one.
It's incredibly important to ask those gauging questions. I try to do this now with everybody that I talk to, because it gives me a good sense of where you're at. And if you've on an intellectual level, it'll tell me, like, have you actually studied any of this topic? And then on an emotional level, it tells me how bought in you are to a particular thing. So how much work do I have to do?
This is how you get incels.
I thought it was incredibly telling
in this context.
That so earlier I gave the example of like a really strong BLM supporter asking them, how many unarmed black men a year do you think are killed by the cops? And hearing them say like thousands, probably thousands, 5,000, 6,000, or whatever. It's like, okay, you're 2 orders of magnitude off. You're so unbelievably wrong on this. And I understand why you feel the way, because like if 10,000 black men were dying every year to the police officers, that would be crazy. That would be insane. You should be that mad.
Yeah, that would be insane.
When Matt Walsh was asked on Joe Rogan, how many children are going through, it was either trans surgeries or just taking like trans drugs.
This was not good. This was a bad moment for Matt Walsh.
How many children, how many minors in the United States is affecting? His answer was millions.
It's done.
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but if we're talking about the drugs, it's, I mean, millions.
How many people have had this done?
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but if we're talking about the drugs, it's, I mean, millions.
Millions? How did you do a whole documentary on this? And you're like 4 orders of magnitude off. Millions of kids on puberty blockers? Millions?
You're talking about hormone blockers.
Yeah.
Millions of kids have been on hormone blockers, really?
I'm sure someone's going to fact check me on it, but my guess is that we're into the millions now at this point. Yeah.
You know what? I actually am glad he said that. That is your guess. That truly shows what your state of mind is and how disconnected you are from reality, if that's what you feel. Right?
Quick plug. That is exactly the same type of energy I had against Jack and Glenn in my last video that I dropped. So after this, check it out.
Right? I like asking engaging questions like, what is the percentage of people that you think are this? And somebody's like, 98% of people probably feel this way. And it's like, okay, well, we looked at the data and it's actually like 12%. I think you're a little bit disconnected, buddy. Millions of children on puberty blockers?
It's a very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis.
It says it's kind of undercounted, but that
would be a big
less than
undercounting.
1,000 people a year.
Yeah.
So he did not.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess,
come back to this.
hundreds of thousands, but I could be wrong.
You did a whole documentary on this, didn't you? How do you not have any background information at all about any of this? Did you do any reading, any research, anything at all?
Million sounds great.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
The Media Matters will have fun with that clip.
Yeah.
Matt Walsh claims it was.
And
Yup. So Monza says the virtue of selfishness. If it's not adding value to your life, stop doing it. How does and then you say being selfish is how against. I can't think of another example outside of this context. But if it's not adding value to your life, stop doing to it. Okay. Every time as an insult, every time he hits on a woman, it is not adding value to his life because he gets rejected. So he stops doing it. What do we call people who are involuntarily celibate? Incels. Trey says, I definitely can agree with that point, and that can lead to you going in very different paths if you get a wrong moral structure. That's why dogma is the worst thing in the world, because whether it's religion or leftism, it'll give you the wrong moral structure.
Joe Rogan looked up on the show, and the answer was it was 5,000 over the past 8 years.
Wow.
It was, was that 4 orders of magnitude off? And it's how, if your worldview is so warped that that warped worldview is going to start to inform so many other opinions you have, that if you can't go to the root of that and readjust how you view the world, yeah, you're going to be completely lost when it comes to talking about almost any topic.
So just quickly on that number, I would have thought it was in the hundreds of thousands of kids on puberty blockers, the way that they talk about it. The problem is, or maybe not the problem, but the thing is, it's not necessarily about the number. It's about the cultural acceptance of what is being done. So even if there was only one child that was publicly hung for, I don't know, throwing a toy. Well, sure. If somebody was like, well, yeah, this is happening to millions of kids. Well, they would be completely wrong about that. But that doesn't change the fact that a public hanging of a child is a bad thing, right? I would hope so. There's around 26 million kids in the U.S., but there's about 26 million kids in the U.S. between 12 and 17. It's currently estimated about 5,000 children on some type of trans treatment. Yep. They could also be used in different definitions for transition. Oh, that is exactly what they're doing. We know that for sure.
Mm-hmm. And Red Pill or Matt Walsh or whatever, those or cops, it says more about you, not in a good or a bad way, than it does about the world in general when you start to believe those things that are verifiably so disconnected from what the average population says. It tells you more about how you're selecting for that. Matt Walsh, you are hanging out in communities where this is the most important thing and needs to be viewed every day. The same thing with if you're looking at the Red Pill guys or whatever.
See, but the fact that the numbers are off doesn't make it it doesn't make it the core issue any less. The fact is the acceptance of all of this movement. So yes, he got the numbers wrong. That was dumb. He should have had those numbers, specifically being the what is a woman guy. That doesn't change the argument at all.
Hanging out in a group of girls for whom this is true. And this tells me so much more about you than it does about women. Mm-hmm. And I think that is, one of the things that I get frustrated with Red Pill is that there's this general idea that, and I understand the underpinning behind it and have at times, leaned on it in arguments, which is men are rational, women are emotional. Mm-hmm. But the basic underpinning of Red Pill is an obsession with if women like you, which seems like the most irrational way to do, to take these irrational creatures that you do not need to survive or whatever, and make your career, your hobby, your conversational topic, how to get more of them to be more interested in you, seems so deeply irrational, but is not explored.
So Monza says, being rejected does add some value to your life. Touching a hot stove is like being rejected, and that sure does add some valuable knowledge to your life. No. Here's why. Because if you touch a hot stove, the reason you're not going to do it again is because you've learned something. When you get rejected, we're talking about not understanding why and not even knowing how to determine why. So those are not analogous. I said, shit, me too. It's very, what you learn from putting your hand on a hot stove is that it's hot and it will hurt you. So this goes back again. So what did you say? You don't go back and tell, did you say it? So you didn't actually say it, but you're implying that you touch the hot stove and you learn that that's a bad thing. And so you don't do it again. How is that different than if you get rejected and add some valuable knowledge that, okay, that's not the way to get women. It doesn't teach you the way to get women. It doesn't, touching a hot stove does not teach you how to make your hand cold, and it doesn't teach you how to treat a burned hand. It just teaches you not to touch the stove in the first place, which goes back to my original point that rejection only teaches, based on your thing of not doing anything that doesn't bring you value. Then it's not the same thing. Do not act the same way next time you try and talk to a lady. Okay, how do I act then? That is the question. I got that. Guys understand that that didn't work when they get rejected. That's not the question. The question is, how do I not get rejected the next time? You're not making sense here, bro. Some people get rejected all the, and yeah, exactly.
In the red pill community. Yeah, so I just have my own frustrations in watching this, and I thought that you comported yourself well in those conversations, given some of the difficulties.
All right, last chapter.
With the Sneako stuff, I wanted to ask.
Oh, Sneako! They're talking about Sneako.
It seemed like Sneako is a content creator who was canceled, I think, recently, right? He got sort of shut down for some of the stuff that he said.
Wiped off the internet, yeah.
And I was familiar with his content 2 years ago, whatever, enjoyed watching it from time to time. And it seems that this being shut out of or pushed away, I suppose, from like the mainstream view of things, from being sincerely, privately, and personally attacked by these companies that are shutting him down, has moved his perspective way farther in connection with those other canceled groups of people. So he hung out with Kanye West, he's with Andrew Tate. And it seems like this culture of shutting people out of the conversation so that they just go away has the same effect that repressing a memory does, which is you think that it's gone, you think it's going away, but really it's just like fomenting underneath the surface, pissed off, angry, and more scheming and trying to get back in, and more dangerous than it was in the first place. Do you see it unfolding like that? How do you feel about these cancellations that are occurring? Do they work? Don't they work?
Yeah, I don't think you can cancel ideas. I think you can get rid of people, but I think like if the underlying.
This is a woman answer. Rejection is not always a bad thing. If they're not the right person, you've wasted less time bothering with someone who doesn't actually like you. Okay, but okay. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with you that if you are rejected by the wrong person, then or somebody that you shouldn't be with, that it's overall a good thing. But this is not how men view rejection.
Conditions that made that person popular is still there. You're probably still going to have that like strain of thought. You have to be able to figure out like why. Like Andrew Tate is kind of a deplorable guy, in my opinion. With a lot of people looking to him as a role model, you need to figure out what's going on. Something is broken in your system if you can't get people to follow you over a guy like that. Something is going on there. And then the
what do you think is going on there, by the way? Because I'm curious if you have a theory.
Yeah, I think people on the left are they do a really bad job at attacking majority groups and just making them feel like shit over and over and over again.
Come on.
All men are rapists. Whites, we need the white genocide. We need the Mayo side. We need to, champion minorities, and everything is about slavery and everything is about white people are horrible, blah, 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 blah. Like, if you repeat this type of rhetoric over and over again, at some point, white people and men, they're not gods. They're going to start.
Yes. Correct.
But if you're pretty like, okay, well, if you're just going to, chastise us and castigate us and, demonize us constantly, well, we're going to listen to somebody that doesn't. And I think that's kind of what happened. I think the left felt like they didn't need to provide good role models or good leadership for majority groups. So they started to look towards other people that tend to be on the right. Yeah.
It seems like also with Andrew Tate, one of the things that pisses me off is like Andrew Tate, who got famous for his misogyny. Like, I think what Andrew Tate got famous for is that people are not teaching young men how to relate to girls in a way that they're satisfied with. And even though it's some of the stuff I certainly disagree with, I mean, I relate to this as when I was growing up. Like, I did not know how to get women to be attracted to me. And then I encountered, the early underpinnings of Red Pill, which was the game or whatever. And you get this line, and I will not forget the first time that I was in a bar, we were 20 years old in London, didn't know what to say, used a line from the game, and we got smiles. And I was like, holy shit, this is it. This is the truth in the Bible. And I was willing for a period, though I think I quickly corrected it, to accept much more wholesale whatever it said because it had busted open my worldview and provided me something that worked. And I feel like that might be going on with Andrew Tate as well, where he tells you some of the things you could do with girls, ways to be confident, whatever. One of those works with a girl in your class or your school or your workplace or whatever. And you're way willing to go, well, fuck, nobody taught me this for the last 18 years. I'm going to let all of this in because you guys didn't give me this. You guys gave me, when I grew up, it was Can't Hardly Wait, where what you had to do is write a note about the girl that you love, let her find it. She would discover that you'd been stalking her for 4 years and fall deeply in love with you. It was just like
and obviously that is not reality. So Harley's back with some more facts and receipts. Said over the past 5 years, children 6 to 12, 121,000, almost 122,000 diagnosed with gender dysphoria, and 17 and over 17,500 U.S. children started on puberty blockers or hormones. This has increased over 200%. So he's still off, but that exactly underlines what I was saying about that. That doesn't change the core issue. And again, so I was saying, yes, men do internalize it and look at rejection from a place of feels in the same way that if you got rejected for something, you would be personally offended because that is how rejection works. And I'm not disagreeing with you that internalizing is a personal problem. We're talking about solving that problem. You're just identifying the problem that we have said is a problem. What we're saying is we don't have, even those of us who know how to talk to women, don't know how to tell other guys who don't know how to talk to women what they're doing, or we can tell them what they're doing wrong, but we can't tell them what to do right because it's not easily articulated. It's very complicated. There's a million different factors, and absolutely your looks have a lot to do with it, as does the perception of each individual woman. You are correct in identifying the problem. Nobody's arguing about that. What we're saying is that there is no obvious solution. There is no clear solution, yet women expect men to know this. Women expect men to be able to understand the things that come from your personal experience. How can I possibly know what it is like to be a woman and be hit on by a man if I've never been a woman who's been hit on by a man? Also says the thing is women are not awful. I agree. Girls are awful and real judgmental. So with females, it really has a lot to do with the age of who you're trying to talk to. I disagree with that completely. Harley Rose says, if this was a natural thing occurring, then why has there been a sudden jump over the past 5 years? What has changed to cause this sudden increase? The exact thing that we are talking about: the normalization, the social media push, the regular media push, all of that. And so, even though Matt Walsh was incorrect about the numbers, the problem itself is still a problem. So, thank you for that, Harlan. Justin Cox says, looks only matter with shallow types. No, we don't expect men to know. You just said it. You just said, well, that's the problem. We know that's the problem. That's not what we're talking about. You're trying to say that identifying the problem is addressing the problem, and you're not addressing the problem. Trey says it's the worst. It's the worst thing that happened from about 2008 to 2014. The word, a bunch of romantic comedy. The word. It's the worst thing that happened was from about 2008 to 2014. The word of a bunch of romantic comedies were where the super geek and super socially awkward dude was getting the super hot girl. Come on, bro. And that gave a lot of dudes hope that it would happen in reality. A lot of times it failed. That's me. That's me. I was 31 years old when I realized, oh, this isn't how life works. Yikes. But I'm just supposed to know better, right?
I mean, do you remember that movie or any of those like that? Like,
nope.
Okay, there were these.
Wait, I missed what movie he said. Oh, Can't Hardly Wait. Right. So we're talking about
what you had to do was write a note about the girl that you love, let her find it. She would discover.
I know you didn't say it, just a cog, but we're having a conversation about addressing it, and you keep going back to identifying it as if we haven't done that. And I'm agreeing with you. I agree that is the problem. We're not talking about what is the problem. We're talking about what is the solution. That's why these comments are not incorrect. They're just not relevant to the conversation that we're having.
That you've been stalking her for 4 years and fall deeply in love with you. It was just like, do you remember that movie or any of those like that? Like,
nope.
Okay, there were these tropes in these movies where what the Jennifer Love Hewitt loved was the creepy guy who stalked her and had like a diorama and pictures of her that she would uncover in the end of the second act, the beginning of the third act.
Oh, sure.
I mean, I've seen like that he was stalking her. Right? Yeah, realized that he was stalking her and that was love. You know, like
I wrote one letter a day for a whole year.
Bro, get over it. So yeah, that it's not the advice that young men are getting, the way that they're learning to relate for a lot of them is just not working. And that's where I see Andrew Tate having a real foothold, is that his stuff works for men in a way that what they're getting isn't.
Yeah, I think that that's a subsection of a larger thing, which is a refusal to acknowledge reality sometimes. Mm-hmm. Like people on the right will say things like men and women are different, and people on the left are like, no, they're exactly the same. And it's like, we all have similar experiences with moms and dads. We all have similar experiences with brothers and sisters. And
Hey, oh my goodness gracious. We've got Divine and Rod with the $20 super chat. Goofy, can I say that? Goofy bitches. R.I.P. Patrice O'Neal. Where's Morty Mort? Come. Let's go. Go me down. Good boy. Let's do it. Since he's, that's the second $20. Let's do a high five for him. You want to do a high five? Give me a high five. High five. Yeah. All right, touch. Yeah. Good boy. Good job. Thank you so much, Divine and Rod. Doubling up even already as the sponsor of the stream. What a baller. Thank you so much, brother.
We all can very clearly see at a very early age that boys and girls and young women and young men and men and women seem to function pretty differently. And I think a lot of people on the left are so obsessed with like the systemic analyses, and they're trying to not come off as like, trying to be very woke, not coming off as racist, not coming off as sex, whatever. They don't want to acknowledge any difference in anything ever. And when people on the right are willing to make that acknowledgement, yeah, I think similar to how somebody gives you a piece of advice you've never heard before that works, when somebody makes an analysis of the world that is true and someone else seems to be delusional, you're like, okay, well, if you're going to say this crazy stuff, I'm not going to listen to you at all because you don't seem like you want to acknowledge reality, you know?
Silent observers that are going out there.
All right. So that was, I think, a little bit more in what we usually talk about, what we usually go over. And I'm glad that it, sparked the conversation that we're having, because I think it's, I think it's a really cool one. Justin Cog says the solution to one's unique problem is often within themselves. There isn't a playbook. Correct. Which is why it is a very difficult thing for men to understand how to solve their own unique problems. And I'm sure this is the same with women as well. The problems that are unique to women. But you don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you see a lot of men looking at problems that women have and just flippantly give, I don't want to say that actually, because I don't know what men do, but I agree with you. But that is exactly why I'm telling you why this is not addressing the problem. You're right. You're absolutely right. You are 100% right in all of the things that you're saying. It's just, we're talking about a solution. How do you get from being a creepy dude to not being a creepy dude? And it's just a matter of you figure it out or you don't figure it out. There's no playbook, but there is a standard. There is a standard of what is creepy. There is a standard of what is generally undesirable. And finding that out is a large part, an individual thing, but understanding how to navigate that is the problem that we're talking about. Monster says, stand up straight, pull up your pants, grim yourself, speak clearly with confidence. It's exactly the same with women. Both of us have problems. Most are unique. Some are similar. Yeah, I completely agree. And the reason I don't know, Monsa, if you're joking here, if you're just kind of being flippant, but that's usually what the answer is, right? It's just like, oh, be your best self and make sure you. It's like, yes, okay, but if it was that simple, then men wouldn't be having the issues that they're having. And if the reality is that these Tinder stats of the 80-20 rule are complete BS, then there's still a lot of that doesn't mean that every dude is getting laid. And the problem is we don't have the answers, and we're expected to. You are offended if somebody is creepy to you. You're not happy with that. But you don't have any answers, and neither do anybody else. And so all I'm saying is that not you should be okay with somebody being creepy, but just for your own edification, not excusing their behavior, but for your own edification, understanding that this is a person that is trying to navigate a very difficult thing that we've all agreed here doesn't have a playbook. Harley says, yeah, confidently tell a woman you shit yourself. She'll think it's attractive. Okay, how do you get her to laugh? How do you get her to talk about herself? This is what we're saying, guys. This is the point. These are vague. What do you know what she finds funny? Exactly. There you go. When you're standing there talking to her and kicking rocks, you're not very confident. Correct. That does not have anything to do with how you make a woman laugh. Okay. Okay. So there is. So there's. You heard of the aristocrats? She ain't gonna like that. You're. This is either. Yeah. I mean. We got to do that. So there's really not that much more that we can address here without bro, I'm not saying that this is a problem with me. I'm waiting for it to come up in the StreamYard thing. It's not, I didn't say it's a problem with me. I'm talking about the general problem with men in general in the world. I'm not talking about me. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. But you're acting as if there's no men that have these issues, and there's an entire incel community, and they can be very, let's just say, have some very dangerous ideas. And when you have a group of angry men who don't have a solution, that rarely ends well. I'm not saying anybody owes them anything. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying we need to acknowledge that there is this problem that exists and there is no direct solution. And so because of that, we, again, don't have to excuse bad behavior. We just need to understand why it occurs. So with that, I think that is a good time to head over to Discord. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, guys. I love this show. As I always tell you, I love hanging out with you guys. You guys make my week. This is the best part of my week, and I cannot wait. To afford to don't tell anybody. I cannot wait to quit my job and do this full time for you guys because I love it. I love it, and that's what we're doing. We are definitely doing that. Thank you so much, Divine and Rod. Thank you, everybody who was here, and an extra special thank you for anybody who donated. All of that money is going directly back into the channel, if not paying my bills, so that I can come back and have internet that sometimes works. But again, thank you, guys. I really do appreciate it. You guys are so awesome. You guys are so awesome. And if you can't afford to donate, don't worry about that. We didn't talk about that. We didn't worry about that before I was monetized. And if you can, I would love for you to be able to do that. But if you can't, just being here and hanging out is plenty. It's free to hit the like button. It's free to share the video. It's free to subscribe. It's free to comment on the video afterwards. It's free to do all of that stuff. And it also, for now, is free to join the Discord. The link is in the description and not the pinned comment. I can't do that yet, but it's in the description. It is free. We're going over there to finish this conversation where we can all talk. We don't have to worry about the YouTube censors and stuff. So meet me over there. Thank you so much for hanging out, guys. Once again, I am your host, Lutch, a.k.a. The Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace.